Somewhere it's late. Somewhere a light is still on. I like knowing that this story is finding you wherever you are tonight. Drop your city in the comments if you feel like it. And if you'd like more nights like this one, the subscribe button is how you find your way back. Now, let's begin. Long before any Europeans set foot on what would come to be called the New World, North America was already full of life. Not the vague, wandering kind of life that older histories sometimes implied, but sophisticated, layered, deeply rooted civilizations that had been building and trading and governing themselves for thousands of years. That's worth sitting with for a moment. The ancestral Pueblones of the Southwest were constructing multi-story stone buildings, apartment complexes by any reasonable definition, with hundreds of rooms, ceremonial spaces, storage facilities, and architecture designed to last centuries. Cliff Palace at Mesa Verde had over 150 rooms and housed around 100 people. These structures weren't temporary. They were built with intention, with permanence in mind. And they outlasted, as it turned out, the civilization that built them, which is a melancholy thing to notice. Further east, the Mississippian culture was doing something even more impressive in scale. At its peak, around 1050 CE, the city of Cahokia near what is now St. Louis had a population estimated between 10,000 and 20,000 people. To understand what that means, consider that London at the same moment held fewer. Cahokia had plazas and residential neighborhoods, a sophisticated layout that reflected real urban planning. Its largest earthwork, Monk's Mound, rose 100 feet high and covered 14 acres at its base. The people who built it moved an estimated 814,000 cubic yards of soil, by hand, without wheels, without horses. They simply did it. There was also a circle of large wooden posts at Cahokia that archaeologists have called Woodhenge, because it functioned as an astronomical observatory, tracking the movements of the sun through the seasons. The builders of Cahokia were watching the sky with precision. Farther north, the Haudenosaunee, known to later Europeans as the Iroquois Confederacy, had developed something that would become genuinely consequential to the future of the continent. Their Great Law of Peace was a governing system built around concepts of federalism, separation of powers, and participatory democracy. It included checks and balances between different levels of authority. Benjamin Franklin, when he encountered it centuries later, found it impressive enough to take careful notes. The Americans who eventually wrote the United States Constitution were not working entirely from scratch. Some of what they built had a much older architecture behind it. Across the continent, goods moved through trade networks that connected the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, the Atlantic coast to the Rocky Mountains. Copper from Lake Superior found its way south. Shells from the Gulf Coast traveled north. Obsidian from the Rockies moved east. All of this without any central organizing authority compelling it, just the accumulated relationships of peoples who had been in contact for generations. The agricultural knowledge embedded in these societies fed not just North America, but would eventually feed the world. The crops that indigenous peoples had cultivated and domesticated over centuries, corn, beans, squash, tomatoes, potatoes, chocolate, tobacco, would become global staples. The Three Sisters system of planting corn, beans, and squash together was a piece of ecological engineering, so elegant it still impresses agronomists today. The corn grows tall and provides structure for the beans to climb. The beans pull nitrogen from the air and fix it into the soil. The squash spreads its broad leaves across the ground, holding moisture, blocking weeds, each plant helping the others. It sustained large populations across an enormous continent. You are standing at the edge of a wide plaza as the sun rises. The air is cool and carries the smell of wood smoke from cooking fires somewhere behind you. The mound ahead is enormous, rising out of the flat earth like something dreamed rather than built. People are moving around it with quiet purpose. The sky above is clear and very blue. You don't know the name of this city yet, Nobody who would eventually write it down has been born. Then comes the year 1000 CE, give or take a decade, because medieval record-keeping was not a precision instrument. A Norse explorer named Leif Erikson, island-hopping westward from Scandinavia through Iceland and Greenland, kept going when Greenland ran out, and eventually made landfall on the shores of what is now Newfoundland in Canada. The Vikings established a settlement there, at a place we now call Elance Ox Meadows. Archaeological evidence is clear. They built structures. They worked iron. They were there. They called the region Vinland, supposedly for the grapes they found growing wild, though some historians suspect the name reflects optimism about what were probably just berries. Their own sagas describe encounters with the people already living there, whom the Norse called Skrælings. Not a respectful term. Then again, this was a culture that named its children things like Thorbjorn the Disagreeable, so perhaps the naming conventions deserve some charity. The Norse stayed a few years, perhaps a decade. Then they left. The indigenous peoples appear to have made clear, through what the sagas describe as conflicts, that these uninvited guests were not particularly welcome. The Vikings went home and told their stories, and the rest of Europe, remarkably, did not follow up. A whole continent sat across the Atlantic, and for nearly 5 centuries more, nobody in Europe was especially moved to go looking for it. It is a strange thing to contemplate. How different the story might have been if the message had traveled differently, if someone had paid closer attention to what Leif Erikson brought back. Then comes 1492. Christopher Columbus was trying to find a western route to Asia. The Ottoman Empire controlled the overland trade routes from Europe to the east, making silk and spices expensive and difficult to obtain. And Columbus had calculated that sailing west across the Atlantic would eventually bring him to the eastern edge of Asia. What he had not accounted for was the presence of 2 large continents in the way that no European cartographer had yet mapped. He convinced the Spanish monarchs Ferdinand and Isabella to fund the expedition, and in August 1492, 3 ships departed from Spain. The Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria carried Columbus and his crew west for approximately 2 months. On October 12th, they spotted land. They had reached the Bahamas, likely an island the indigenous Lucian people called Guanahani. Columbus renamed it San Salvador. He met the Lucian people, who were, by his own account, friendly and generous. He also wrote in his journal that they would make excellent servants. That sentence, written on the first day of contact, sets a tone that would echo for centuries. Columbus explored the Caribbean for the next several months, convinced throughout that he was navigating the outer edges of Asia or India. It was this conviction, held firmly against all contrary evidence, that led him to call the people he encountered Indians, a geographical error that persisted in common usage for hundreds of years. He collected gold where he found it, took captive a number of Lucian people to bring back to Spain as evidence of his discovery, and returned home in early 1493. He made 4 voyages in total between 1492 and 1504. He explored the Caribbean extensively and reached parts of Central and South America. He never reached the North American mainland, and he died in 1506, still believing, apparently sincerely, that he had found a sea route to Asia. Whether that constitutes admirable stubbornness or a remarkable failure to process available information is a question each listener can answer for themselves. Columbus never received the wealth or recognition he felt he was owed. He died in relative obscurity, not a celebrated figure. There is something almost darkly fitting about that, except that his voyages set in motion events of enormous consequence, most of them catastrophic for the people already living in the places he had reached. The irony of his personal disappointment offers little comfort against that scale of consequence. What the Viking visits had not done, Columbus's voyages did. They established permanent, continuous contact between Europe and the Americas. Word spread across the continent. There were new lands. There were new peoples. There were new resources. And the empires of Europe, hungry in a way that is difficult to overstate, turned their attention west. The Spanish moved fastest and most aggressively. Within a generation, Hernán Cortés had conquered the Aztec Empire in 1521, using a combination of military force, alliances with indigenous peoples who had their own long-standing grievances against Aztec domination, and the devastating invisible assistance of smallpox, which tore through populations that had no immunity to it. Francisco Pizarro toppled the Inca Empire in the 1530s by similar means. These were not simply military conquests. They were the destruction of civilizations. Sophisticated, complex, ancient civilizations gone within decades. The Spanish then established what was called the encomienda system, under which Spanish colonists received grants of land, and with the land, indigenous people who were required to labor for them. In exchange, the colonists were nominally responsible for protecting these people and instructing them in Christianity. The system was, in practice, slavery given a religious and administrative dressing. Forced labor in mines and plantations, extracting silver and gold that flowed back to Spain in quantities large enough to flood the European money supply, and eventually destabilize European economies entirely. Flooding the market with precious metals has predictable consequences. Spain learned this at scale. And then there were the diseases: smallpox, measles, typhus, influenza. These spread faster than any army, sometimes racing ahead of European explorers into communities that had never yet seen a European face. Historians estimate that within a century of sustained contact, the indigenous population of the Americas declined by 90% or more. Some communities vanished entirely. The Taino people of the Caribbean, who were the first to meet Columbus, were essentially gone within 50 years of that meeting. Not because they were primitive or incapable, but because they encountered simultaneously a military force, a disease catastrophe, and a worldview that categorized them as less than fully human. The word apocalypse, which gets used loosely, is not excessive here. While Spain was consolidating its empire to the south, other European powers began looking at North America. The continent appeared large and largely unclaimed by Europeans, which was a different thing from unclaimed, though that distinction troubled very few consciences at the time. The French arrived early and with a somewhat different approach. Jacques Cartier explored the St. Lawrence River in the 1530s and claimed the territory for France, but early attempts at settlement collapsed quickly. Canadian winters in the 16th century were not something European colonists were equipped to survive without local knowledge, and the knowledge was there, held by the people who had been living in that country for thousands of years. It took time for the French to understand that working with indigenous peoples was more viable than attempting to simply transplant European settlement patterns into an entirely different environment. Eventually, they did come to understand it. French traders known as coureurs des bois, a phrase that translates as runners of the woods, traveled deep into the interior of the continent, trading metal goods for beaver pelts with indigenous communities. European fashion had developed an intense appetite for beaver felt hats, and that appetite drove French expansion westward and deeper into the continent. The fur trade established working relationships between French traders and indigenous peoples that were, while still exploitative in many respects, less immediately violent than the Spanish model. Samuel de Champlain founded Quebec in 1608 and built alliances with the Algonquin and Huron peoples of the region. New France took shape along the St. Lawrence, spread to the Great Lakes, and eventually extended its reach down the Mississippi River Valley. Fewer large settlements, more trading posts, more cultural intermingling. The French approach was shaped partly by necessity, since there were simply fewer people willing to relocate to what most Europeans considered a frozen wilderness. In 1609, the Dutch East India Company hired an English explorer named Henry Hudson to attempt to find the Northwest Passage to Asia. He sailed up the river that now bears his name, determined it was not the passage he was looking for, but reported that the surrounding territory seemed worth noting. The Dutch established New Netherland, centered on the southern tip of Manhattan Island, where they built a trading settlement called New Amsterdam. The acquisition of Manhattan Island has become one of history's more discussed transactions. The Dutch reportedly purchased it from the Lenape people for goods valued at roughly 60 guilders, approximately $1,000 in modern currency. Whether the Lenape understood this as the permanent transfer of exclusive ownership to an island is sincerely uncertain. Their concept of land and its relationship to the people living on it was not the same as European property law, and the two frameworks for understanding that exchange were not the same framework at all. New Amsterdam functioned primarily as a commercial enterprise, run by the Dutch West India Company with profit as the central concern. This gave it a character somewhat different from other colonial settlements. If you could contribute to the trade, your religion or national origin mattered less than it might elsewhere. The colony became genuinely diverse by the standards of its time, though tolerant in the 17th century, still encompassed a great deal that later centuries would find troubling. It lasted until 1664. In that year, the English arrived with warships, and the Dutch governor, Peter Stuyvesant, surveyed the defenses available to him and made a practical decision. He surrendered without a fight, and New Amsterdam became New York, named for the Duke of York. The Dutch name disappeared from the map, though not entirely from the landscape. Brooklyn derives from Broekelen, Harlem from Harlem. The Dutch presence left traces that are still readable in the city today. The English had come to North American colonization later than the Spanish, French, and Dutch, occupied through much of the 16th century with the consequences of the Protestant Reformation, the conflict with Catholic Spain, various succession crises, and the general turbulence of the era. But by the early 1600s, they were ready, or at least willing, to make the attempt. The first permanent English settlement in North America was Jamestown, Virginia, established in May 1607 by the Virginia Company of London, a joint stock company that had sold shares to investors on the promise of wealth from the New World. About 100 colonists arrived and selected a site that seemed militarily defensible, situated on a swampy peninsula. The water nearby was poor. The mosquitoes were abundant. The land itself was ill-suited to the quick prosperity the Virginia Company had advertised. The colonists were, in large part, gentlemen and artisans, people whose skills and social expectations did not map well onto the work of survival in an unfamiliar wilderness. They had arrived too late in the season to plant crops. They built a fort rather than housing. They searched for gold rather than preparing for winter. The consequences were not long in arriving. The winter of 1609 to 1610 is remembered as the starving time. The colony had held roughly 500 people at its start. By the time that winter ended, approximately 60 remained. The colonists had eaten their supplies, then their horses, then their dogs, then rats. Archaeological evidence suggests that some eventually resorted to cannibalism. One colonist was executed for murdering and eating his wife. That is not a detail that softens with time. The colony survived, though barely, and the thing that saved it economically was not gold, but tobacco. John Rolfe, in 1612, began experimenting with a Caribbean variety of tobacco leaf, milder and more palatable to English tastes than the local plant. It found an enormous market in England, where smoking had become fashionable. King James I had written a pamphlet against it, a counterblast to tobacco, in which he described smoking as loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs. His subjects read the pamphlet and kept smoking. Public health warnings, it turns out, have always operated against a certain persistent human tendency. Tobacco saved Jamestown. It also created a new problem. The crop required intensive, relentless labor, far more than the available English colonists could or would provide. The colony turned first to indentured servants, men and women from England, Ireland, and Scotland who agreed to work for a fixed number of years in exchange for passage across the Atlantic. At the end of their indenture, theoretically, they would receive their freedom and a parcel of land. The word theoretically is doing significant work in that sentence. The reality was frequently much grimmer. Then, in 1619, a Dutch ship arrived at Jamestown carrying approximately 20 captive Africans who were traded for supplies. These were the first recorded Africans in English North America. Their initial legal status was ambiguous. Some may have been treated under terms similar to indentured servitude. But over the following decades, as the demand for labor increased and the supply of willing European servants proved insufficient, colonial legislatures made a series of deliberate decisions. Virginia passed laws in the 1660s and 1670s that defined slavery along racial lines, made it hereditary through the mother, and stripped away legal protections from enslaved people. Maryland, the Carolinas, and other colonies followed. By the end of the 17th century, chattel slavery, the legal ownership of human beings as property that could be bought, sold, and inherited, was established as an institution. This was not accidental. It was not inevitable. It was chosen. A series of specific legislative decisions by specific people created a system that would persist for more than 200 years, generate enormous wealth for those who benefited from it, and inflict suffering on a scale almost impossible to adequately describe. The transatlantic slave trade that supplied this system was itself a sustained atrocity. Millions of Africans were captured, held in brutal conditions, then loaded onto ships for the crossing of the Atlantic known as the Middle Passage. Approximately 15% of those transported died during the voyage. The survivors were sold. Families were destroyed. Cultures were suppressed. People were reduced, legally and economically, to objects. This was not peripheral to the development of the American colonies. It was central to it, particularly in the South, where plantation agriculture built on enslaved labor became the economic foundation of entire colonial societies. And while that system was taking shape in Virginia, something different was beginning further north. In November 1620, a group of English religious separatists, people who had broken from the Church of England and spent some years in exile in the Netherlands before deciding they needed a community of their own entirely, arrived off the coast of North America on a ship called the Mayflower. They had aimed for Virginia. They landed roughly 200 miles north of their intended destination, near Cape Cod in what is now Massachusetts. Navigation was not, as it turned out, their greatest strength. They spent some weeks exploring the coastline, during which time they discovered and took corn that had been stored by local Wampanoag people. They then settled at a location they called Plymouth, which had been a Wampanoag village called Patuxet before a disease epidemic, very likely introduced by earlier European traders, had killed essentially everyone who lived there a few years before. The land was already cleared. The fields had already been worked. The village was empty because almost everyone in it was dead. The first winter at Plymouth was devastating. Half the colonists died from cold, disease, and hunger. The remainder survived largely because of assistance from the Wampanoag people, and specifically from a man named Squanto, whose own story is almost incomprehensible in its accumulation of hardship. He had been kidnapped by English traders years before, sold into slavery in Spain, managed to escape to England, and eventually found his way back across the Atlantic, only to arrive and find that his entire village had been annihilated by the epidemic. He spoke English because of everything he had been through. Despite having been given every conceivable reason to refuse, he helped the Pilgrims learn to plant corn, catch fish, and survive. There is something in that which resists easy framing. The harvest celebration of 1621, which later mythology would transform into the first Thanksgiving, was likely part harvest festival and part diplomatic meeting. The Wampanoag leader Massasoit attended with approximately 90 of his people, outnumbering the 50 or so pilgrims present. The Wampanoag and the Pilgrims had signed a mutual defense treaty earlier that year, and the relationship was rooted at least partly in Wampanoag's strategic interests. They needed allies against rival indigenous groups, and the English, however strange and impractical, were at least potentially useful. The friendship was real in its way, but it was also political. Plymouth Colony remained small and never became wealthy or particularly powerful. Its significance was more symbolic than material. What it demonstrated was that Puritan religious communities could survive in the New World, and that drew more settlers north. The Massachusetts Bay Colony, established in 1630, was a much larger undertaking. Approximately 1,000 Puritans arrived that year, led by John Winthrop, who gave a sermon during the crossing that described the community they intended to build as a city upon a hill, a godly example to the watching world. It was a genuinely held vision. It was also one that translated in practice into strict religious conformity, harsh punishment for deviation from community standards, and the expulsion of anyone who challenged the authority of the Puritan leadership. Religious freedom in Puritan Massachusetts meant the freedom to practice Puritanism as defined by those in authority. Everyone else was encouraged to leave. Roger Williams left in 1636, though encouraged is perhaps too gentle a word. He had argued, distinctly ahead of his time, that church and state should be kept separate, and further, that the colonists had no legitimate right to the land they occupied without purchasing it from the indigenous peoples who had lived there. He was banished from Massachusetts Bay and traveled south, where he founded the settlement of Providence in what became Rhode Island, establishing a colony built on principles of genuine religious tolerance and the separation of civil and religious authority. Something out of it, even if the getting involved hadn't exactly been a masterpiece of strategic planning. King George's War, 1744 to 1748, was the American version of the War of the Austrian Succession. The notable achievement here was the capture of Louisbourg, a powerful French fortress on Cape Breton Island, by New England colonial forces in 1745. This was actually a significant military accomplishment for amateur soldiers and farmers with no professional military training. Then the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle returned Louisbourg to France, which infuriated the colonists who had actually fought for it, and rather felt the diplomats back in London had undone their work without a second thought. The message the colonists took from this was that Britain would sacrifice colonial interests for European diplomatic considerations, which wasn't exactly the kind of lesson designed to foster loyalty. And then, finally, there was the French and Indian War. You are standing in a forest that has no end. The trees are enormous, older than anyone can remember. The light filters down in long, thin strips, and the ground beneath you is soft with decades of fallen leaves. Somewhere ahead, there are men moving through the dark. You cannot tell whose side they are on. Neither, perhaps, can they. The French and Indian War, which began in 1754 and ended in 1763, was the conflict that actually changed things. It started in the Ohio River Valley, where both Britain and France claimed land, and both were trying to establish forts and alliances with Native Americans who lived there. A young Virginia militia officer named George Washington was sent to tell the French to leave, which they politely declined to do, because asking a rival empire to abandon valuable territory has rarely worked in the history of diplomacy. In 1754, Washington led a small force that ambushed a French scouting party, killing the French commander, a man named Jumonville. This small skirmish in the Pennsylvania wilderness was, in a quiet way, the spark that ignited a global war. Washington then built a hastily constructed stockade called Fort Necessity, was surrounded by French forces, and surrendered. He was allowed to retreat with his men, which was generous, all things considered. The wider conflict that followed was called the 7 Years' War in Europe, and it was genuinely one of the first world wars, fought across Europe, India, the Caribbean, and North America all at once. Britain and France were the main antagonists, with Prussia aligned with Britain and Austria, Russia, and Spain eventually siding with France. The stakes were enormous. Whoever won would dominate global trade and empire for the next century. The early years of the war in North America went badly for the British. In 1755, General Edward Braddock led a large force toward Fort Duquesne, the French stronghold near present-day Pittsburgh. The British marched in neat European formation through the forest, which was precisely the wrong way to fight in that particular landscape. French forces and their Native American allies ambushed them near the Monongahela River, killing Braddock himself and routing the British army. Washington, who was serving as an aide to Braddock, had 2 horses shot from under him and 4 bullet holes through his coat, but somehow was not wounded. He helped organize the retreat. This disaster revealed something important. European-style warfare did not translate well to North American forests, and the British military would need to adapt if it was going to win. Things changed significantly when William Pitt became the dominant figure in the British government in 1757. Pitt poured resources into the North American campaign, sending more troops, more money, and better commanders. He also agreed to reimburse the colonial assemblies for their military expenses, which made those assemblies far more cooperative. The British began a systematic campaign to take French fortresses and cut off French supply lines. In 1758, the British captured Louisbourg again, the same fortress the colonists had taken, and then seen returned a decade earlier. They also took Fort Duquesne, which they renamed Fort Pitt, in honor of the minister who had finally started winning the war. In 1759, known as the Year of Victories, the British captured Quebec in a dramatic battle on the Plains of Abraham, where both the British commander James Wolfe and the French commander the Marquis de Montcalm were killed. The fall of Quebec effectively ended French power in North America. Montreal fell the following year, in 1760, and with it went the last organized French resistance. The war formally ended with the Treaty of Paris in 1763. France ceded Canada and all its territory east of the Mississippi to Britain. Spain, which had entered the war on France's side, gave Florida to Britain in exchange for getting Cuba back, which the British had captured during the war. France gave Louisiana west of the Mississippi to Spain as compensation for their losses, which was a rather generous consolation prize from a country that had just lost a world war. The result was a dramatically remapped continent. Britain now controlled everything east of the Mississippi, from Canada to Florida. France was essentially gone from mainland North America. Spain still held the territory west of the Mississippi and kept its presence in the Southwest. This transformation had consequences that nobody in 1763 fully anticipated. For Native Americans, the French defeat was a catastrophe. The French had generally maintained better relationships with indigenous peoples than the British had. They intermarried more, traded more fairly, and critically, they hadn't brought enormous numbers of settlers who demanded indigenous land. Without the French as a counterweight, Native Americans east of the Mississippi now faced British colonists with no rival European power to play off against. An Ottawa leader named Pontiac understood this clearly. In 1763, he organized a confederacy of tribes across the Great Lakes and Ohio Valley in what is called Pontiac's Rebellion. This uprising seized multiple British forts and inflicted significant casualties before being suppressed. The British response included, infamously, the deliberate distribution of smallpox-infected blankets to indigenous people at Fort Pitt, which was biological warfare, and which historians still debate the extent and intention of, but which happened. In response to Pontiac's rebellion, the British government issued the Proclamation of 1763, which prohibited colonists from settling west of the Appalachian Mountains. The intention was to reduce conflict with Native Americans and stabilize the frontier. The effect on colonists was fury. They had just fought a war, many of them believed, to gain access to Western lands. Now the Crown was telling them they couldn't go there. Colonists largely ignored the proclamation, but it planted a seed of resentment that would not go away. The French and Indian War also transformed British attitudes toward the colonies in ways that would prove explosive. The war had been extraordinarily expensive. Britain had nearly doubled its national debt fighting it. Someone had to pay for that debt, and British politicians looked at the colonies and thought, reasonably from their perspective, that the colonies had benefited from the war and ought to contribute to its costs. The colonists had a very different perspective. They had fought alongside British regulars. They had contributed men and supplies, and they had, in their view, already paid their share. This disagreement about who owed what to whom would drive the next decade of Anglo-colonial relations straight toward revolution. Something quiet had shifted, in a way that wars rarely announce and ledgers rarely capture. The colonists had also noticed something during the war that they hadn't quite articulated before. The British regular army, those professional soldiers sent from England, often looked down on colonial militia as unsophisticated and unreliable. British officers refused to acknowledge colonial officers' ranks. The arrogance was quiet but constant, and it was noted. Men who had fought and bled alongside British regulars came home with a different feeling about their relationship to Britain than they had carried into the forest. They had also, many of them, for the first time in their lives, traveled beyond their own colony and met men from other colonies. A Virginia militiaman meeting a Massachusetts man in the Pennsylvania wilderness. These were two people who might as well have come from different countries a generation before. Now they had shared an experience. Now they had a common story. That, too, was something new under the sun. The French and Indian War did not cause the American Revolution by itself. Nothing in history has a single cause. But it created the conditions, the debt, the resentment, the intercolonial connections, the colonial confidence, the clash of imperial arrogance and colonial pride that made revolution thinkable when it had not been before. The 18th century in the colonies was not simply a prelude to revolution. It was a world unto itself, full of lives lived and choices made, of tobacco curring slowly in Virginia warehouses, and cod being salted on New England wharves and iron being hammered in Pennsylvania forges. Of sermons that made people weep and crops that failed and children born into freedom and children born into chains. It was a complicated and often terrible world. But it was also, in its strange and layered way, the world that made everything after it possible. You are standing on a Boston wharf in the dark. The air is cold and smells of salt and low tide. Below you, the water is black. Somewhere in that darkness, wooden crates are hitting the surface, one after another, and the sound carries further than you might expect on a quiet night. Something is changing. You can feel it, though you could not say precisely what. Then the narrator takes over, and the night settles in around you. The story of how Britain came to lose North America does not begin with any single battle, or any single law, or any single act of defiance. It begins much earlier, and it accumulates slowly, the way water finds the cracks in stone. We are somewhere in the middle of that accumulation now. The conflict known as King George's War ran from 1744 to 1748, and it was, in effect, the American chapter of the War of Austrian Succession. The pattern it followed will feel familiar by now. Raids, counter-raids, frontier violence, not much in the way of strategic progress. The colonies bled. The frontier suffered. And the map at the end looked much as it had at the beginning. There was one exception. In 1745, a force of New England militia under a commander named William Pepperell besieged and captured the French fortress at Louisbourg on Cape Breton Island. Louisburg was supposed to be impregnable. Its walls were thick, its position formidable, its reputation considerable. And yet Pepperell's men, through a combination of luck, determination, and the quiet advantage of a French garrison that had run dangerously low on supplies, managed to take it. The colonists were justifiably proud of this. They had done something that military professionals had deemed unlikely, if not impossible. Then, in 1748, the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle gave Louisburg back to France, in exchange for British gains in India, on the other side of the world. Think about what that felt like. Men had fought and died to take that fortress. Families had lost sons and husbands and fathers on those siege lines. And Parliament, from a comfortable distance, handed it back in the course of a diplomatic negotiation about a place most of those men had never heard of and would never see. The colonists were furious, and the fury was not unreasonable. This did not exactly strengthen their loyalty to the crown. These first 3 colonial wars, stretching across decades of intermittent violence, had established certain patterns worth noticing quietly. Colonial militias had demonstrated they could fight, particularly in the kind of frontier warfare where Native American tactics proved more useful than the formal European style of battle in neat lines on open ground. Native American alliances had also proven decisive. The side with more indigenous allies tended to hold the advantage. The wars were costly and disruptive without ever resolving the underlying tension between French and British ambitions on the continent. And the colonists, through all of this, were accumulating their own military experience, their own traditions, their own sense of what they were capable of, separately from Britain. That last thing would matter enormously, though no one quite knew it yet. The Fourth War was different in kind. The French and Indian War began in 1754 and did not end until 1763. It started as a colonial dispute in North America and expanded into something the rest of the world would call the 7 Years' War. It would decide, finally and comprehensively, who controlled the North American continent. And it began, as consequential things sometimes do, with a young man making a series of significant mistakes. The Ohio River Valley in the early 1750s was contested territory. Both French and British colonists claimed it, both wished to expand into it, and both were proceeding as though the indigenous peoples who actually lived there, and considered it their land, were a detail to be managed rather than a reality to be acknowledged. The French began constructing forts to secure their claims. Virginia's governor responded by sending a young militia officer to deliver a message to the French, asking them to leave. The officer's name was George Washington. He was 22 years old. He probably looked younger than that, which cannot have helped his authority. The French politely declined to leave, because a 22-year-old arriving with a letter was not going to redirect imperial policy. That is not how empires work. Washington returned the following year with a small military force, intending to build a fort at the confluence of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers, the place that would eventually become Pittsburgh, though it was considerably less urban then. When he arrived, he found that the French had already built Fort Duquesne on that spot. They had not waited for Virginia's permission. Washington retreated and constructed a hasty fortification he named Fort Necessity. The name itself carries a certain honesty about the situation. In May of 1754, Washington and his men ambushed a French scouting party in the woods, killing 10 men, including the French commander. That exchange started a war. The French came after Washington with superior forces, besieged Fort Necessity, and compelled him to surrender in July of 1754. The surrender terms were written in French, which Washington could not read particularly well. He signed them. Among the things he signed was an admission that he had assassinated the French officer. This was embarrassing on several levels simultaneously. Washington was released and returned to Virginia, where everyone involved agreed to attribute the entire episode to the impetuousness of youth and move on. There is something quietly generous in that, and something quietly useful too. Washington learned from it. He would become considerably better at warfare. But this first campaign was not, by any measure, his finest hour. The war had started, though, and neither Britain nor France was inclined to let a Virginia militia officer's misadventures go unanswered. Both began sending regular army troops to supplement colonial forces. Britain dispatched Major General Edward Braddock in 1755, along with 2 regiments of regulars. Braddock was a professional soldier of the old school, which meant he believed deeply in European-style warfare. Neat formations, parade ground discipline, the established conventions of battle as practiced on the open fields of the continent. He was now in American forests. In July of 1755, Braddock led a column of roughly 2,000 men toward Fort Duquesne. Washington, serving as an aide, warned him about the possibility of ambush in the dense woodland. Braddock dismissed the advice. What could colonial soldiers know about warfare that a proper British general did not already know? Quite a lot, as it turned out. French and Native American forces ambushed Braddock's column in the forest. The British regulars, trained for formation fighting, attempted to hold their lines while an enemy that was not standing in lines fired at them from behind trees. It was a massacre. Braddock was killed. 2/3 of his officers became casualties. Only about half his force survived the retreat. Washington helped organize that retreat. 2 horses were shot from under him. He counted several bullet holes in his coat afterward. He was unharmed. The defeat shook the colonies and demonstrated something that would need demonstrating again several times before it was properly learned. That European military tactics did not automatically translate to American conditions. The war continued badly for Britain through the mid-1750s. The French, despite commanding a colonial population far smaller than Britain's, were winning. They had better relationships with indigenous allies, better knowledge of the terrain, and tactics flexible enough to match the environment. By 1757, Britain appeared to be losing a war it had every material reason to win. Then William Pitt became Secretary of State in 1757 and changed everything. Pitt believed North America was the decisive theater. He poured resources into it, sending more troops, more supplies, and more capable commanders. He also reimbursed the colonies for their military expenses, which made colonial governments considerably more willing to raise and deploy militia forces. This was not generosity. It was strategic calculation. It worked. In 1758, British forces captured Louisbourg again, severing French maritime access to the St. Lawrence River. In 1759, General James Wolfe led an army up the St. Lawrence toward Quebec. For months, the assault seemed impossible. Quebec sat heavily fortified on cliffs above the river, and every approach Wolfe attempted came to nothing. Then he found a path, a narrow route up the cliffs themselves, to the Plains of Abraham just outside the city's walls. On September 13, 1759, British forces under Wolfe met French forces under the Marquis de Montcalm on those plains, and fought the kind of formal European-style battle that both commanders had probably missed after years of frontier fighting. The British won. Both Wolfe and Montcalm died in the battle. They died in ways that allowed future painters to produce dramatic and noble death scenes, which is cold comfort to the men involved, but has at least provided posterity with some striking images. Quebec's fall was decisive. Montreal surrendered in 1760. By 1763, France had, for practical purposes, lost all of its North American territory. The Treaty of Paris, signed in 1763, redrew the map of the continent entirely. Britain gained all French territory east of the Mississippi River, with the exception of New Orleans, which passed to Spain along with French territory west of the Mississippi. Spain gave Florida to Britain in exchange for Cuba, which British forces had captured during the war. France retained only 2 small islands off the coast of Newfoundland, kept as fishing bases. In less than a decade, France had gone from being a major continental power in North America to being, for all practical purposes, eliminated from it. This was an enormous victory. The French threat that had hung over the colonies for generations was gone. The Ohio Valley lay open. The bells rang. The colonists thanked God and King George III, who had recently come to the throne, for deliverance from the French menace. It is one of those moments in history that looks from inside it like an ending. It was not. The French and Indian War cost Britain something in the neighborhood of £60 million. It doubled the national debt. The empire had expanded dramatically, which meant more territory to administer, more frontiers to defend, more expense at every turn. Someone in Parliament arrived at what seemed like an obvious conclusion. The colonies, which had benefited substantially from the war, should help pay for it. This seemed perfectly reasonable in London. The colonists had a different view of the matter. They had fought in the war. They had provided militia forces. They had suffered raids on their frontier settlements for years. They had contributed, as they saw it already. The idea that they now owed an additional financial debt for a war they had helped to win struck them as precisely wrong. There was also the matter of the land, west of the Appalachians. The Ohio Valley was now British territory, in theory open for settlement. But it was still inhabited by indigenous peoples who had been allied with France, and who were not enthusiastic about being absorbed into the British Empire. In 1763, an Ottawa leader named Pontiac organized a coalition of tribes across the Great Lakes region and launched a coordinated uprising against British forts and settlements. Pontiac's forces captured several forts and killed hundreds of settlers before British military action eventually suppressed the rebellion. In at least one documented case during that campaign, British officers distributed smallpox-infected blankets to indigenous populations, deliberately spreading disease. What that was, by any reasonable definition, is genocide, though it would take historians centuries to use the word directly. Pontiac's rebellion persuaded British officials that unrestricted colonial expansion into indigenous territory would produce more expensive frontier wars. In October of 1763, King George III issued the Proclamation of 1763, drawing a line along the Appalachian Mountains and forbidding colonial settlement west of it. The land beyond the line was to be reserved for indigenous peoples, at least in principle, at least for now. The colonists were furious again. They had just fought a war, partly for access to those western lands, and now a proclamation written in London by men who had never laid eyes on the Appalachian Mountains was telling them they could not go there. Colonial land speculation companies, whose investors included figures like George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, stood to lose considerable profits. Farmers wanted new land. The frontier was there. The prohibition felt arbitrary and distant and high-handed. The colonists largely ignored the proclamation of 1763. They crossed the mountains anyway, established settlements, and waited to see if Britain would do anything about it. Britain did not, at least not immediately. This pattern of Britain issuing regulations and colonists simply declining to follow them had been established over many years. It had a comfortable, familiar rhythm. After the French and Indian War, Parliament decided the rhythm needed to change. Britain began enforcing the Navigation Acts, which had been on the books for decades but rarely applied with any seriousness. Customs officials cracked down on smuggling, which had been a routine part of colonial commercial life. The Royal Navy patrolled colonial waters. And Parliament, for the first time with real intention, began passing taxes specifically aimed at raising revenue from the colonies. For most of the colonial period, Britain had practiced what historians would later call salutary neglect, leaving the colonies largely alone to govern themselves, as long as they stayed profitable and nominally loyal. The colonies had grown comfortable in this arrangement. They understood themselves to have the rights of Englishmen, which included the right to representative government and the principle that they could not be taxed without their consent through elected representatives. Parliament saw things differently. To Parliament, the colonies were subordinate territories that existed for the benefit of the empire. They could be regulated, taxed, and controlled as Parliament saw fit, because Parliament was sovereign and its authority was absolute. The colonists had no seats in Parliament, but Parliament's theory of virtual representation held that this did not matter, because Parliament represented the entire empire, not merely those who voted for its members. This argument made complete sense to British officials. It made no sense whatsoever to colonists. These conflicting visions had existed since the colonies were founded. As long as Britain did not press the issue, they remained mostly theoretical. The French and Indian War pressed the issue. Britain's debt required revenue. Britain's new territories required administration. And Britain's victory had removed the external threat that had made colonial cooperation with the Crown feel necessary. The conditions were in place. The collision was coming. Nobody in 1763 quite saw it that way, because the bells were still ringing and the celebrations had not yet ended. The colonists were celebrating their victory. Britain was celebrating its expanded empire, and both were about to discover that the relationship they had taken for granted for 150 years was not as durable as they had assumed. Within 12 years, Britain and its colonies would be at war. Within 20 years, a new nation would have declared its independence. The map of North America would be redrawn again, this time not by European negotiators in a distant city, but by people who had decided to stop being governed from a place they would never visit by men they would never meet. But that is getting ahead of things. For now, the war is over, the debt is real, and Parliament is looking westward across the Atlantic with fresh eyes and a new sense of purpose. The first major attempt to draw revenue from the colonies came in 1764 with the Sugar Act. The act actually lowered the duty on molasses, but this was not a kindness. The important part was what came after the number. Parliament announced it would actually enforce the tax this time. For decades, colonial merchants had been smuggling molasses from French Caribbean islands, treating British trade regulations as suggestions rather than laws, and the British government had mostly allowed it because enforcement was expensive and the profits kept flowing. That arrangement was over. The Sugar Act also changed how smuggling cases would be prosecuted. Rather than colonial courts with colonial juries, cases would now go before Vice Admiralty courts, where there were no juries at all. British officials could pursue prosecutions without worrying about colonial neighbors declining to convict each other. To colonial merchants, this felt like the rules of a game being changed mid-play, and they had been winning that game for a very long time. They were not pleased, though not pleased understates it. Dramatically outraged with strongly worded pamphlets is closer. The Sugar Act was a beginning. In 1765, Parliament passed the Stamp Act, and this was something else entirely. The Stamp Act required that printed materials throughout the colonies carry an embossed revenue stamp proving that a tax had been paid. Legal documents, newspapers, pamphlets, playing cards, even dice. Any official use of paper required the stamp. This was not a trade regulation. It was a direct tax designed specifically to raise revenue from the colonies, and it touched almost everyone. Lawyers, merchants, newspaper publishers, anyone who used paper for anything of consequence. The colonists did not object because the tax was large. It was not. They objected because of what it meant. If Parliament could impose direct taxes without colonial consent, there was no principled limit to what Parliament could do. No taxation without representation became the rallying cry, which was memorable and effective, even if it glossed over the fact that even with representation, the colonists would have been greatly outnumbered in Parliament. The principle was what mattered. That was the ground they chose to stand on. The colonial response was swift, and, looking back on it, surprisingly well organized for something that had no central coordination. Groups calling themselves the Sons of Liberty formed in cities across the colonies. These were not quiet civic bodies. They specialized in making life difficult for stamp tax collectors through methods ranging from public protest to hanging collectors in effigy, to occasionally placing them in genuine physical danger. In Boston, a mob destroyed the home of Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson, throwing his furniture into the street and emptying his wine cellar with apparent thoroughness. Whatever one thinks of the politics, there was a certain practical efficiency in the priorities. The intimidation worked. Tax collectors throughout the colonies resigned, many before they had ever actually started the job. Without anyone willing to collect the tax, the Stamp Act could not be enforced. British authority was being openly defied from 3,000 miles away, and there was not much Parliament could do about it short of sending an army, which seemed like a disproportionate response to a dispute about stamps. The colonial assemblies moved as well. In Virginia, the House of Burgesses, led by a young lawyer named Patrick Henry, who had a considerable gift for dramatic speech, passed resolutions denying Parliament's right to tax the colonies. When the royal governor dissolved the assembly for its impertinence, the members relocated to a nearby tavern and continued meeting, which has a certain stubborn dignity to it. Other colonies followed. In October of 1765, delegates from 9 colonies gathered in New York for what became known as the Stamp Act Congress, the first time the colonies had organized a unified response to British policy. This was notable. The colonies had historically been more likely to compete with each other than cooperate, but the Stamp Act had given them a common cause. The Congress produced a Declaration of Rights and Grievances, addressed to Parliament, politely but firmly insisting that colonial taxation required colonial consent. They also organized a boycott of British goods, which proved remarkably effective. British exports to the colonies dropped by roughly 14%, which translated into serious losses for British merchants. Those merchants began lobbying Parliament for repeal, not out of any sympathy for colonial rights, but out of straightforward concern for their profits. In March of 1766, Parliament repealed the Stamp Act. The colonists celebrated with the kind of enthusiasm people reserve for situations where they have genuinely surprised themselves. Bells rang again. But on the same day Parliament repealed the Stamp Act, it passed the Declaratory Act, which stated plainly that Parliament had the right to make laws binding the colonies in all cases whatsoever. This was Parliament's way of saying that the repeal was a practical concession, not a constitutional one. The authority remained. The colonists mostly ignored the Declaratory Act because it had no immediate practical effect. This was a mistake. Parliament meant it. The next attempt came in 1767 with the Townshend Acts, named for Charles Townshend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, who had apparently not drawn the lessons from the Stamp Act that one might have hoped. The Townshend Acts placed duties on imported goods: glass, lead, paint, paper, and tea. These were indirect taxes on trade rather than direct taxes on persons, and Townshend believed this distinction would make them more acceptable to the colonies. He was wrong. The colonists saw through the distinction at once. A tax without consent was a tax without consent, whatever it was levied on. The fact that the revenue was explicitly designated to pay the salaries of royal governors and colonial judges made the situation worse. Those officials had previously depended on colonial assemblies for their pay, which gave the assemblies a degree of leverage over them. The Townshend Acts were designed to eliminate that leverage, making royal officials financially independent of the people they governed. Resistance followed the familiar pattern: boycotts, protests, and the Sons of Liberty making enforcement difficult. Samuel Adams, a Boston political organizer with considerable talent for coordination and for shaping public opinion, directed resistance efforts in Massachusetts. John Dickinson, a Pennsylvania lawyer, wrote a series of essays titled Letters from a Farmer in Pennsylvania, arguing carefully and persuasively against Parliament's right to tax the colonies. The essays were published and read throughout the colonies, demonstrating that a well-reasoned pamphlet could travel as far as a mob and last considerably longer. Britain, growing impatient with Boston's persistent opposition, sent troops there in 1768 to maintain order and protect customs officials. It was the first time British regulars had been stationed in a major colonial city in peacetime. The Bostonians found it intolerable. Soldiers occupied public buildings. They marched through streets. They competed with local workers for off-duty employment. Verbal confrontations shaded into physical ones. The city became a place of steady, grinding resentment. Something was going to give. The only question was when. On the evening of March 5, 1770, a crowd gathered outside the customs house and confronted the British soldiers stationed there. They threw snowballs, ice, oyster shells, insults. The crowd grew. Someone rang the church bells, the signal that traditionally meant fire, and more people poured into the streets. The soldiers were outnumbered and frightened. Then someone shouted the word fire, though precisely who and precisely under what circumstances remains a matter of some dispute. The soldiers discharged their weapons into the crowd. When the smoke cleared, 5 civilians were dead or dying. 6 more were wounded. The event was named the Boston Massacre, which was somewhat more dramatic than the facts strictly supported. It was a deadly confrontation. It was not an organized slaughter. But Samuel Adams understood that the name mattered as much as the event, and the name spread. Paul Revere, a silversmith and engraver, produced an illustration showing soldiers firing in an organized volley into a peaceful crowd. This was not an accurate depiction of what had happened. It was extraordinarily effective propaganda. The image moved through the colonies and gave the opposition a symbol it had not previously had. The soldiers were arrested and charged with murder. They were defended in court by John Adams, Samuel's cousin, a lawyer who believed that the rule of law required fair trials even for defendants the public had already convicted. Adams argued that the soldiers had acted in self-defense against a threatening mob. 6 were acquitted. 2 were convicted of manslaughter, but given reduced sentences. This was a just outcome, and it did not reduce the political effect of the massacre in the slightest. The British government, persuaded that stationing troops in Boston was producing more tension than order, withdrew most of the soldiers to Castle William in the harbor. Parliament also repealed most of the Townshend duties in 1770, responding to the colonial boycott and to pressure from British merchants. They retained the tax on tea, both for the revenue it produced and to assert that Parliament's right to tax had not been abandoned. This would prove to be a spectacular miscalculation. For a few years after 1770, things were relatively calm. Colonists stopped boycotting most British goods, though they held out on tea as a matter of principle, while smuggled Dutch tea apparently posed no philosophical difficulties. Parliament refrained from new colonial taxes. Both sides avoided pressing the disagreement that neither had resolved. It was a fragile equilibrium, and it held for a while. Then, in 1773, Parliament passed the Tea Act. The Tea Act was intended to solve a different problem entirely. The British East India Company was holding an enormous surplus of tea and facing serious financial difficulty. The act allowed the company to sell tea directly to the colonies without paying certain duties, which would make their tea cheaper than the smuggled Dutch alternative. Parliament believed this was an elegant solution. The colonies would receive lower prices. The East India Company would be saved. Everyone would benefit. Parliament had misread the situation almost completely. The colonists did not want cheap tea if accepting it meant accepting Parliament's right to tax them. The price was not the point. The principle was. Colonial merchants who had built profitable businesses around smuggling Dutch tea were also unhappy. because the East India Company's direct sales would undercut their trade entirely. This combined principled constitutional objection with straightforward commercial self-interest, which is a particularly durable combination. When ships carrying East India Company tea arrived in colonial ports in late 1773, resistance was immediate. In New York and Philadelphia, the ships were turned away before they could unload. In Charleston, the tea was unloaded but stored in warehouses, where it sat unsold. But in Boston, Governor Thomas Hutchinson, whose home had been destroyed by a mob during the Stamp Act crisis, and who might reasonably have developed a more cautious approach, refused to allow the ships to leave without unloading their cargo. The law required that customs duties be paid within 20 days of a ship's arrival. Hutchinson intended to enforce the law. This was legally correct. It was politically catastrophic. On the night of December 16, 1773, somewhere between 100 and 150 colonists made their way to the Boston waterfront. You are standing on a riverbank at night. The temperature has dropped below freezing. The ice drifts against the sides of wooden boats. Somewhere ahead of you, across black water, there is a war. Then the oars dip, and you go. It begins, as so many things in history begin, not with a grand gesture but with a mess. The year is 1773, and what history would later call the Boston Tea Party starts with men in bad disguises. They boarded 3 ships in Boston Harbor, dressed as Mohawk Indians, a disguise that was both politically calculated and culturally appropriative, and they worked through the night dumping 342 chests of tea into the water. The whole operation took several hours. It was remarkably well organized. No ships were damaged. No one was hurt. When the work was done, the participants swept the decks. There is something quietly human about that detail. Revolutionary sabotage conducted with a broom at the end. The participants themselves called it the destruction of the tea, which is more accurate, if considerably less poetic, than the name history eventually gave it. And what they destroyed had real value, approximately $10,000 worth of private property sent slowly to the bottom of a harbor. The colonists had been walking a careful line between protest and rebellion for years. This stepped firmly over it. You can make constitutional arguments about taxation and representation until the room empties. But 45 tons of tea in the harbor is not an argument. It is an act. The British government responded quickly. In 1774, Parliament passed a series of laws that the colonists called the Intolerable Acts, though Parliament preferred the term coercive acts, which tells you something useful about how language works in political conflict. Both names were accurate. Both names were chosen to do a job. The first of these was the Boston Port Act, which closed Boston Harbor entirely until the cost of the destroyed tea was repaid. No trade, no ships, no commerce. The city was to be economically strangled until it paid up. The Massachusetts Government Act went further, revoking the colony's charter and granting the royal governor something close to dictatorial power, including severe restrictions on town meetings, which were the heartbeat of local democratic life in New England. The Administration of Justice Act allowed royal officials accused of crimes in the colonies to be tried in Britain rather than locally. Colonists had a sharper name for this one. They called it the Murder Act, because it appeared to guarantee that any British official who killed a colonist could simply be shipped home for a trial his victims could not attend. The Quartering Act required colonists to house British soldiers in their homes if necessary, which was the kind of policy that adds daily indignity to larger injury. Parliament also passed the Quebec Act in 1774, which was not directly connected to the Tea Party, but which colonists folded into their list of grievances anyway. The Quebec Act extended Quebec's boundaries southward to the Ohio River, attaching that territory to a colony governed by French civil law and with official tolerance for Catholicism. Colonial land speculators had been eyeing that territory. Protestant colonists were alarmed by the Catholic provision, and everyone with westward ambitions found themselves blocked. The fact that the Quebec Act was arguably reasonable policy, the region was inhabited predominantly by French Catholics, mattered very little to people who experienced it as punishment. Parliament designed the intolerable acts to isolate Massachusetts. The idea was to make an example severe enough that other colonies would think twice before following its lead. The plan backfired completely. Rather than isolating Massachusetts, the acts unified the colonies in a shared alarm. If Parliament could do this to Massachusetts, it could do it to any of them. The crisis was no longer about taxes. It had become something larger, a fundamental question about the nature of authority and how far that authority could reach. In September 1774, 12 colonies sent representatives to Philadelphia for the First Continental Congress. Georgia did not send delegates, being younger and more reliant on British military protection against indigenous peoples. But 12 colonies cooperating in any systematic way was itself remarkable. It had simply never happened before. The Congress brought together men with very different ideas about what to do. Samuel Adams represented the radicals, who wanted aggressive resistance. John Dickinson represented the moderates, who still held out hope for reconciliation. And there were conservatives who were deeply uncomfortable with everything happening, but could not see a clear alternative. These were not simple categories. Most of the delegates probably felt some version of all three positions at different moments. The Congress accomplished several concrete things. It endorsed the Suffolk Resolves from Massachusetts, which declared the intolerable acts unconstitutional and urged colonists to form militias and prepare for possible military conflict. Endorsing this was, in effect, endorsing armed resistance. It created the Continental Association, organizing a complete boycott of British goods and establishing local enforcement committees to ensure compliance. This was economic warfare, and the most unified action the colonies had ever taken together. And it drafted a petition to King George III, explaining colonial grievances and requesting relief, still hoping the king might overrule Parliament and find a way through the crisis. The Congress agreed to reconvene in May 1775 if nothing had changed. Then the delegates went home. Some hoped for reconciliation. Some prepared for war. Most, probably, hoped something would happen to resolve the situation before they were forced to choose between loyalty to Britain and outright rebellion. These moderates, likely the majority of colonists, were about to be disappointed. In Massachusetts, General Thomas Gage watched the situation with the particular dread of a man who could see exactly what was coming and had very limited tools to prevent it. Colonial militias were training openly and stockpiling weapons. The Massachusetts Provincial Congress was functioning as a parallel government, ignoring royal authority entirely. Gage had approximately 3,000 troops in Boston, which sounds substantial until you consider that he was trying to control an entire colony that was armed, organized, and increasingly resolute. He was, as the saying goes, sitting on a powder keg. The question was only what would strike the match. London sent orders to take decisive action. Gage decided to move on Concord, about 20 miles from Boston, where colonial militias had stockpiled military supplies. On the night of April 18, 1775, he sent approximately 700 troops under Lieutenant Colonel Francis Smith to march to Concord, secure the supplies, and return before the colonists could organize a response. It was a reasonable plan, except for two things. First, Boston was full of colonial observers who noticed immediately when a large formation of soldiers began moving. Second, the colonists had already built a warning network for exactly this situation. Paul Revere and William Dawes rode out from Boston that night to alert the countryside. Revere receives most of the fame, largely due to Longfellow's poem, but Dawes rode too and deserves the credit. Revere allegedly shouted the British are coming, though he almost certainly said the regulars are coming out, since technically everyone in Massachusetts at that moment was British. Church bells rang across the dark countryside. Signal guns fired. Militia companies began assembling throughout the region. The British column lost any hope of surprise within an hour of leaving Boston. At dawn on April 19, 1775, the British troops reached Lexington. About 70 colonial militiamen under Captain John Parker had formed up on the town common. They weren't blocking the road. They were simply standing there, armed, making a point about colonial rights and British authority. It was a dangerous kind of statement to make in front of 700 professional soldiers. What happened next is genuinely disputed and probably will remain so. Someone fired a shot. Emerson later called it the shot heard around the world. No one knows who fired it or whether it was deliberate. Then both sides opened fire. The militiamen, vastly outnumbered, scattered. 8 were killed. 10 were wounded. The British troops reformed and marched on toward Concord, likely thinking the worst was behind them. At Concord, the situation was different. Hundreds of militiamen had assembled, and they were not intimidated. British troops searched the town for military supplies, destroying some, but most had already been hidden or moved. When they approached the North Bridge at the edge of town, several hundred militiamen advanced toward them. The British fired warning shots. The militia returned fire and held their ground. This was the first sustained exchange in which colonists faced British regulars and did not scatter. Several British soldiers were killed. The companies at the bridge pulled back toward Concord. Then began the march back to Boston, and this is where the day became something else entirely. Militiamen from across the region had been arriving all morning. Now they began following the British column, firing from behind trees and stone walls and buildings. This was not European battlefield warfare. It was frontier fighting, and the British troops were unprepared for it. Casualties mounted continuously. Formation began to break down. The march became a running fight. The British force would likely have been destroyed entirely if not for reinforcements. About 1,000 additional troops under Earl Percy marched out from Boston and met the retreating column at Lexington. Percy's forces formed a defensive perimeter, gave the exhausted men a brief rest, and then began a fighting withdrawal back toward Boston. The militiamen harassed them all the way. By the time the British force reached the safety of the Charlestown Peninsula, they had suffered approximately 273 casualties, killed, wounded, or missing. The colonists had around 95. And more than the numbers, the colonists had stood against British regulars and held. News of Lexington and Concord moved through the colonies like a current. This was no longer protest. It was war. Militia forces from across New England converged on Boston, surrounding the British garrison there in what became a siege, though calling it a siege makes it sound considerably more organized than it actually was. It was more like an enormous armed gathering of farmers and shopkeepers surrounding professional soldiers, sustained largely by collective fury and the hope that determination would compensate for the lack of formal training, unified command, or a clear plan. The Second Continental Congress reconvened in Philadelphia in May 1775 as scheduled, and found itself in the unexpected position of coordinating an active military conflict rather than debating resistance strategies. They needed to create an army. They needed to appoint a commander. They needed to figure out, with some urgency, what exactly they were fighting for. Most delegates, even in May of 1775, still hoped for reconciliation. They drafted the Olive Branch Petition, a final appeal to King George III asking him to intervene, resolve the crisis, and restore peaceful relations. They professed loyalty to the Crown while protesting Parliament's actions. The petition arrived in London in August 1775. King George refused to read it. He issued instead a proclamation declaring the colonies in open rebellion and authorizing military force to suppress them. The door to peaceful resolution closed. It closed firmly. Their most important immediate decision was appointing a commander for what they were calling, with considerable optimism, the Continental Army. George Washington had several things in his favor. He had military experience from the French and Indian War, even if his first campaign had been a spectacular failure. He had a physical presence that commanded respect. He was wealthy enough to serve without pay, which was fortunate since Congress could not actually pay him at that moment. And he was from Virginia, which mattered because most of the troops around Boston were from New England, and appointing a Southern commander made this a continental effort rather than a regional one. This was political calculation as much as military judgment. It turned out, though for reasons no one in 1775 could have predicted, to be an excellent choice. Washington arrived in Cambridge in July 1775 to take command, and found a situation considerably less encouraging than Congress's confidence had implied. He had somewhere between 14,000 and 16,000 men, depending on how you counted, and how much you trusted officers who had incentives to inflate their numbers. But these were not trained soldiers. They were militia members who had brought their own weapons, elected their own officers, and held strong opinions about taking orders from anyone. They also had a tendency to go home when their enlistments expired or when the harvest required it, because independence was important, but the crops were also important. Washington spent the remainder of 1775 attempting to transform this arrangement into something resembling a professional army. He imposed discipline. He standardized training. He tried to instill military hierarchy in men who believed, not unreasonably, that they were the equal of any officer. This was an admirable expression of democratic values and a considerable problem from a command perspective. While Washington worked at the siege, the war was spreading. In May 1775, Ethan Allen and Benedict Arnold, and it is worth holding that second name in mind because it will matter later in ways no one in 1775 could have imagined, captured Fort Ticonderoga in New York. The method was straightforward. They arrived early in the morning when the small British garrison was still asleep and demanded surrender before anyone was awake enough to argue. The fort fell. And with it came access to artillery, which would prove essential for ending the siege of Boston. The Continental Congress also authorized an invasion of Canada in 1775. The logic was that taking Canada would remove a British base of operations and might persuade French Canadians, who had their own grievances against British rule, to join the rebellion. Two forces moved. One under Richard Montgomery advanced down Lake Champlain toward Montreal. Another under Benedict Arnold marched through the Maine wilderness toward Quebec, in what became a story of survival so grim that at certain points the troops were eating their own leather shoes, which is not generally a sign that a campaign is proceeding well. Montgomery captured Montreal in November 1775, but the assault on Quebec City in December was a disaster. Montgomery was killed. Arnold was wounded. The attack failed entirely. The Americans maintained a loose siege through the winter, but when British reinforcements arrived in the spring of 1776, the invasion collapsed. The entire Canadian campaign produced nothing except perhaps the hard-won knowledge that invading a foreign country with inadequate supplies, insufficient forces, and no clear strategic objective tends not to work. Back in Boston, the situation had settled into a stalemate. Washington had the city surrounded, but lacked the strength to assault fortified positions held by professional soldiers. The British held Boston but were essentially trapped, supplied only by sea, and unable to break out without severe losses. In March 1776, something broke the deadlock. Washington positioned on Dorchester Heights the artillery that had been captured from Fort Ticonderoga, and then hauled, laboriously, across hundreds of miles of winter terrain in a feat of logistics that deserves more attention than it usually receives. From those heights, The guns looked directly down on the British position. General William Howe, who had replaced Gage as British commander, assessed the situation and concluded that holding the city was no longer tenable. Attacking the heights would cost too much. Staying under those guns was impossible. In March 1776, Howe evacuated Boston. He took his entire force, approximately 11,000 soldiers, and around 1,000 loyalist civilians who had good reasons not to remain when the Continental Army arrived, and sailed to Halifax to regroup. Washington had ended the siege without fighting a major battle. The British departure from Boston was symbolically significant, but it did not mean Britain was relenting. The government was assembling a serious military response. They were hiring German mercenaries, primarily from Hesse Castle, which is where the name Hessians comes from. They were preparing a large fleet to land troops in New York, and they were planning to split the colonies along the Hudson River, cutting New England off from the rest. The war was about to become considerably larger. Colonial opinion, meanwhile, was shifting. In January 1776, Thomas Paine published Common Sense, a pamphlet that made the case for independence in language that did not require a legal education or a philosophy degree to understand. Paine did not argue in abstractions. He wrote in plain, direct prose that made independence seem not just possible, but obvious. The pamphlet sold approximately 500,000 copies in the span of a few months, in a colonial population of about 2.5 million people. That is roughly equivalent to a modern book selling 60 million copies. Common Sense did not create the movement for independence, but it clarified it, spread it, and made it feel inevitable. The Continental Congress moved toward independence slowly because the step was enormous. Independence meant all-out war with no possibility of reconciliation. It meant building new governments from nothing. And it meant that everyone who signed a declaration of independence would be signing their own potential death warrant. If Britain won, they were traitors. The punishment for treason was execution. These were not abstract stakes. In June 1776, Virginia Delegate Richard Henry Lee introduced a resolution declaring that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be free and independent states. Congress debated the resolution and appointed a committee to draft a formal declaration in case the resolution passed. The committee consisted of John Adams, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. The actual writing was assigned to Jefferson, who was known for his prose style and who was, crucially, not currently serving on other committees. Jefferson drafted the Declaration of Independence over approximately 2 weeks in June 1776, working in rented rooms in Philadelphia. The document had several distinct sections: a philosophical preamble about natural rights and government by consent, a long list of grievances directed specifically at King George III, not Parliament, because they were framing the conflict as royal tyranny rather than a legislative dispute, and a formal declaration of independence. The preamble is the part that endured. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The idea that rights exist in nature rather than being granted by governments, that governments exist only to protect those rights, that people may overthrow governments which violate them. These were not entirely new ideas. They came largely from Enlightenment philosophy, and from John Locke in particular. But stating them as self-evident truths and using them to justify revolution was bold in a way that calm summary cannot quite capture. It was also, and this cannot be set aside, deeply hypocritical in the hands of Thomas Jefferson, who enslaved other human beings. The contradiction between the Declaration's language and the reality of American slavery was present at the founding, visible to anyone who looked, and it would haunt the country for the next 2 centuries and beyond. Congress debated and edited Jefferson's draft, removing roughly a quarter of it. Among the passages cut was one condemning the slave trade, which Southern delegates refused to accept, and which Northern delegates involved in that trade also found inconvenient to leave in. On July 2nd, 1776, Congress voted to approve Lee's resolution for independence. On July 4th, 1776, they approved the final text of the Declaration. July 4th became the official birthday of the United States, though independence was actually voted on July 2nd, and most delegates did not sign the document until August. July 4th had better resonance, apparently, or at least better marketing. The Declaration did not change the military situation in any immediate way, but it changed the nature of the conflict. This was no longer a rebellion aiming to restore colonial rights within the empire. This was a war for national existence. There would be no negotiated settlement that kept the colonies in the British fold. The stakes had become absolute. Either the United States would be independent, or Britain would crush the rebellion and deal accordingly with everyone who had signed the Declaration. Benjamin Franklin is said to have remarked that they must all hang together, or they would surely hang separately. Whether he said it or not, it was accurate. The summer of 1776 brought the worst of the early war. General Howe returned with a massive British force and landed on Staten Island with approximately 32,000 troops, the largest expeditionary force Britain had ever assembled. Washington had about 19,000 men to defend New York, many of them poorly trained militia, while Howe's forces included professional soldiers and Hessian mercenaries. The numbers were not overwhelming, but the quality gap was real and significant. The Battle of Long Island in August 1776 was a disaster for the Continental Army. Howe's forces outflanked and very nearly surrounded Washington's army entirely. What saved the Continental Army was a nighttime evacuation across the East River, conducted in fog and darkness, while the British somehow failed to notice. It was one of those moments where fortune intervened in ways that history later calls skill. What followed was a long retreat through New York and New Jersey that grew more desperate as British forces pressed forward and Continental soldiers deserted or went home when their enlistments expired. By December 1776, Washington had approximately 3,000 men remaining. Most of those would leave when their enlistments expired on December 31st. The British controlled New York City and most of New Jersey. Loyalists who had been keeping quiet were beginning to emerge again, expecting British victory. Members of Congress were preparing to leave Philadelphia. Thomas Paine, who was marching with the retreating army, wrote The American Crisis, opening with the line, "These are the times that try men's souls." It was an understatement. These were not merely trying times. These were potentially the final days of American independence. Washington needed a victory. He chose a desperate gamble. On Christmas night, 1776, he led approximately 2,400 men across the ice-choked Delaware River to attack the Hessian garrison at Trenton, New Jersey. The famous painting shows him standing in the boat, though he almost certainly sat down, because standing in a small boat crossing an icy river in darkness is unnecessarily risky. The crossing took longer than planned. The attack that had been intended for before dawn happened instead in full daylight. None of it mattered, because they achieved complete surprise. The Hessians at Trenton, who had been celebrating Christmas and were in no condition for battle, were entirely unprepared. The fighting lasted approximately 1 hour. The Continental Army captured nearly 1,000 prisoners and killed or wounded around 100 Hessians, while suffering 5 casualties of their own, most from frostbite sustained during the crossing. Washington recrossed the Delaware with his prisoners before British reinforcements could respond. The victory at Trenton was not strategically decisive. It was one garrison in one small town, but it was psychologically enormous. It demonstrated that the Continental Army could win. It gave soldiers and civilians alike a reason to believe that independence was still possible. It convinced many soldiers whose enlistments were expiring to re-enlist. and it embarrassed a British command that had been predicting the rebellion would collapse within weeks. Washington followed up by attacking Princeton in early January 1777. And here is where we might pause for a moment. Consider the distance that had been traveled. From men sweeping the decks of a ship in Boston Harbor after dumping someone else's tea into the water. Through petitions and resolutions, and the careful language of people trying not to say what they were actually preparing to do. Past the first gunfire on a town green at dawn, past the retreat through New York in the rain, past Christmas night on an icy river with a cause that had perhaps 3,000 men left to carry it. None of it was inevitable. That is the thing that is easy to forget looking backward. At any number of moments, the whole enterprise could have ended differently. A petition read instead of refused. A shot not fired on a Lexington morning. A fog that didn't come in over the East River. An icy crossing that went wrong. History feels, from a distance, like it was always going to happen this way. But the people living through it knew better. They were frightened and uncertain, and most of them probably just wanted to go home. Some of them did, and some of them stayed and crossed rivers in the dark and kept going. That is the part that stays with you, if you let it. What had begun as a dispute over whether Parliament had the right to tax people who had no voice in Parliament had become, by the winter of 1776, a full war for national independence against the most powerful empire on earth. The transformation had not been sudden. It had happened through accumulation, through each side responding to the other in ways that made sense in the moment and made compromise harder the next time around. Parliament couldn't step back without appearing to surrender its authority over all its colonies. The colonists couldn't submit without surrendering rights they believed were fundamental to what it meant to be English, and then, increasingly, to what it meant to be something new. Both sides believed they were defending something legitimate. Both sides believed the other was the aggressor. And both sides failed, until it was too late, to truly understand how the other read the situation. This is often how large conflicts begin, not through grand conspiracies or clean decisions. Through escalation, each step seeming reasonable from inside it, until the accumulated distance becomes uncrossable. The colonists who stood on Lexington Green in April 1775 had not set out to found a nation. They were trying to defend what they understood as their rights as British subjects. But once you fire at royal troops, once your king calls you rebels and refuses to hear your petitions, once you are at war with the government you have always considered legitimate, the logic of the situation pulls you forward whether or not you intended to go there. You can either surrender or fight. And if you fight, you need a reason that justifies the fighting. And a reason sufficient to justify the fighting turns out to be independence. The American Revolution was not born in a single moment. It grew out of years of arguments and protests, riots and confrontations, court cases and pamphlets, and long letters written by candlelight. It came from principled objections to taxation, from economic grievances, from political philosophy about rights and representation, and from the very human resistance to being governed by distant authorities who do not understand or particularly care about your circumstances. It was idealistic and practical at once. It was revolutionary in its aims and conservative in its instincts, fighting to preserve traditional British liberties by breaking from Britain entirely. And in the winter of 1776, with Washington crossing an icy river in the dark and a country holding its breath, it was still very much unfinished. The shots at Lexington and Concord had started a war that would last 8 years, cost tens of thousands of lives, divide families, hollow out communities, and ultimately produce a new nation. But that nation had not arrived yet. First came the war in its full weight, and that war would test everything the colonists believed about themselves, about their cause, and about whether any of it had been worth it. They were not there yet, but they were going. There is something about late October that carries a particular weight. The air has changed. The days have shortened. And if you were standing in the Hudson Valley of New York in the autumn of 1777, the forests would have been brilliant and cold, the roads churned into mud by the movement of thousands of men. You are near Saratoga. You can hear, not quite hear, but feel, the low, distant percussion of artillery. The smoke is thin on the horizon. Men around you are waiting, and they have been waiting for a long time. Then the narrator takes it from here. The story of that autumn begins a season earlier, with a British plan that was, on paper, quite reasonable. The strategy for 1777 was to split the American colonies by controlling the Hudson River corridor, the long waterway running from New York northward to Canada. General John Bergen would lead an army south from Canada. General William Howe would move north from New York. They would meet somewhere in the middle, cutting New England off from the rest of the colonies. If it worked, the rebellion would be divided geographically, isolated, and far easier to suppress. The problem with the plan, as with many elegant plans, was that it required two large armies hundreds of miles apart to coordinate their movements with no reliable means of communication. And it assumed that everything would go according to schedule. That is always a questionable assumption in warfare. Bergen began well enough. He captured Fort Ticonderoga in July of 1777 and began moving south. But the wilderness slowed him. His army had to drag artillery through dense forest. American forces moved ahead of him, felling trees across roads, burning bridges, making every mile of progress a small, exhausting argument with the landscape. And while Bergen struggled southward through the trees, Howe made a decision that would change everything. Instead of marching north to meet Bergen as the plan required, Howe decided to capture Philadelphia, the rebel capital, the city where the Continental Congress met. Taking that city seemed, to Howe, like the more meaningful prize. Howe captured Philadelphia in September of 1777, after defeating Washington at the Battle of Brandywine Creek. Congress fled to York, Pennsylvania. The British Army settled into the largest city in the colonies for what promised to be a comfortable winter, with good accommodations, adequate supplies, and a satisfied sense that capturing the rebel capital was a significant achievement. Benjamin Franklin, serving as a diplomat in France, reportedly offered a gentle correction to this interpretation. Howe, Franklin said, had not captured Philadelphia. Philadelphia had captured Howe. It is a perfect sentence. The British Army was sitting in a city, warm and well-fed, while the Continental Army, and more importantly the Continental Congress and the entire revolutionary movement, continued functioning elsewhere. The rebellion had not been decapitated. It had simply moved down the road. And while Howe enjoyed his winter in Philadelphia, Bergen was in serious trouble. His supply lines had stretched impossibly thin. His Native American allies, who had joined the expedition primarily in hopes of raiding frontier settlements, largely abandoned him after Bergen refused to permit those raids. This has a certain logic to it, if painful. Allies who come for a specific purpose will leave when that purpose is denied. And American forces were gathering around Bergen in increasing numbers, tightening the distance between them. In September and October of 1777, near Saratoga in New York, American forces under General Horatio Gates and Brigadier General Benedict Arnold fought two engagements against Bergen's army. They did not merely defeat it. They essentially destroyed it as an effective fighting force. Benedict Arnold was particularly extraordinary at Saratoga. He led attacks with a recklessness that read less like courage and more like complete disregard for personal safety, this despite having no official command at the time, having quarreled with Gates and been stripped of his authority. He fought anyway. He was severely wounded in the leg during the battle. He was, by any measure, a genuine hero. Remember this, because what comes later, and it will come later, is made stranger and more painful by what Arnold gave at Saratoga. People do not usually betray causes they have fought and bled for. which is part of what makes Arnold's eventual treason one of the more psychologically complex chapters in all of American history. A man who gave nearly everything for a cause and then turned against it. The wound in his leg never fully healed. Something else, apparently, did not heal either. On the 17th of October, 1777, Burgoyne surrendered his entire army, nearly 6,000 men. It was the greatest American victory of the war to that point. A British army had been captured. The plan to split the colonies had collapsed, and the victory sent a signal across the Atlantic that changed the entire nature of the conflict. France had been watching the American Revolution with great interest and what can only be described as considerable satisfaction. Nothing, it seems, pleased the French court quite like watching the British encounter serious difficulties. Since 1776, France had been covertly supplying the Americans with money and materials. But the French government had been reluctant to openly ally with the rebels unless there was a genuine chance they might win. Backing a losing rebellion would only produce another expensive war with Britain, and nothing to show for it. Saratoga changed the calculation. An entire British army had surrendered. The Americans had been fighting for 2 years and were still standing. Perhaps they could actually win. And if France allied with them, France might weaken Britain, reclaim territory lost in the French and Indian War, and settle a long accumulation of scores from decades of imperial rivalry. In February of 1778, France and the United States signed a treaty of alliance. France recognized American independence. It agreed to military cooperation. It committed to making no peace with Britain until American independence was secured. The war was no longer a colonial rebellion. It was an international conflict. Britain now faced enemies on multiple fronts: American forces on land, French forces in the Caribbean, and the real threat of invasion at home. Spain and the Netherlands would eventually join the war against Britain as well. The world had shifted. Britain could perhaps have worn down the Continental Army over time without French involvement. But now Britain had to defend its Caribbean possessions, worry about its own coastline, and conduct a global war with resources stretched across an empire. French money, French supplies, French troops, and French naval power would prove essential to what followed. The revolution, in all likelihood, could not have succeeded without France. This is an uncomfortable truth for a national mythology that prefers to emphasize self-reliance. But history is indifferent to preferred narratives. There is something worth sitting with for a moment in all of this. A group of colonists, outgunned and underfunded, had managed to win enough battles that a European great power decided to bet on them. The revolution had passed a threshold that no one could quite have predicted at the beginning. It had become, in the most literal sense, a world-altering event, not because it was inevitable, but because enough people refused to stop. The winter of 1777 to 1778 at Valley Forge has become one of the defining images of the Revolutionary War. The image is accurate. It was genuinely terrible. Washington's army, approximately 12,000 men, camped in Pennsylvania about 20 miles from Philadelphia, where the British were spending a comfortable winter. The Continental soldiers built log huts. That description sounds almost cozy until you understand what it actually meant. Hastily constructed shelters without adequate insulation, without reliable heat, without weatherproofing of any real kind. Cold alone is survivable. Cold combined with inadequate clothing, near starvation, and the gradual darkening of toes from frostbite is something considerably worse. Supply problems had haunted the Continental Army throughout the war, but Valley Forge was a particular failure. Congress could not reliably fund the army. Supply contractors were corrupt or incompetent or both. Transportation infrastructure barely existed. Soldiers went without shoes. There are accounts of bloody footprints left in the snow by men marching barefoot across frozen ground. Think about that for a moment. Bloody footprints in the snow. Food was scarce. The army was meant to receive daily rations of meat and bread, and often received neither. Disease moved through the crowded, unsanitary huts with terrible efficiency. Approximately 2,000 men died at Valley Forge, not in battle, from cold, from hunger, from illness. The question the source material asks is exactly the right one. The question is not why men deserted. The question is why most of them stayed. And they did stay, mostly. Washington stayed with them. He lived in only marginally better conditions than his men. He maintained discipline and projected a kind of steadiness that had no rational basis given the circumstances, but which somehow held the army together through the sheer weight of his continued presence. This is, in some ways, his most significant achievement of the entire war. Not the crossing of the Delaware, not the tactical retreats that kept the army alive. This, staying when leaving would have been understandable. Enduring when endurance seemed pointless. Into this frozen misery came a Prussian officer named Baron Friedrich von Steuben, who spent the winter drilling the Continental troops in European military discipline and tactics, transforming men who had survived the cold into something that began to resemble a professional army. The force that emerged from Valley Forge in the spring of 1778 was smaller. It was also tougher, better trained, and composed of men who had survived something they perhaps could not have imagined surviving. That changes a person. That changes a unit. The war continued for 3 more years. The pattern that had emerged settled into a kind of exhausting rhythm. The British controlled cities. They could not control the countryside. The Continental Army avoided direct confrontations it could not win, but maintained itself as an active fighting force. Both sides raided each other's positions. Battles were fought and produced no decisive result. The war ground on. The British shifted their attention to the south, believing there were larger concentrations of loyalists there who would support British operations. This was partially true. The British captured Savannah in 1778 and Charleston in 1780. At Charleston, they took approximately 5,000 Continental soldiers prisoner, the worst American defeat of the entire war. The situation looked desperate again. But controlling a city and controlling a region are different things. As soon as British forces moved on, Patriot militias reclaimed the interior. The British found themselves occupying coastal towns, while the surrounding territory remained hostile and ungovernable. In October of 1780, Patriot militia forces destroyed a loyalist force at Kings Mountain in South Carolina, killing or capturing the entire enemy unit without themselves losing a single prisoner. In January of 1781, Continental forces under General Daniel Morgan won what can only be called a masterpiece of tactical deception at the Battle of Cowpens. Morgan used a planned withdrawal, what appeared to be a retreat, to draw British forces forward and into a trap. The trap closed. The British force was destroyed. And through all of this, General Nathanael Greene was conducting something remarkable in the Southern theater. Greene lost most of the battles he fought. He fought campaign after campaign of strategic withdrawal and limited engagement, retreating, forcing the British under Lord Cornwallis to chase him across the Carolinas, bleeding them a little at a time. Cornwallis could never bring Greene to a decisive confrontation. He could never hold the territory he crossed. His army depleted, exhausted. Far from support. Cornwallis, frustrated, made a decision. He would move to Virginia, link up with British forces from New York, and finally deliver a decisive blow. He established a base at Yorktown, Virginia, on the coast, where the Royal Navy could supply and reinforce him. Everything depended on that navy. In September of 1781, a French fleet under Admiral de Grasse met the British Navy in the Battle of the Chesapeake. The French won. Temporarily but decisively, they controlled the waters around Yorktown. Cornwallis was trapped. He could not be supplied by sea. He could not escape by sea. And Washington, along with the French General Rochambeau, was marching south with a combined force of approximately 17,000 men. The siege of Yorktown lasted 3 weeks. American and French forces tightened their positions gradually, bringing up siege artillery, reducing British fortifications section by section. Cornwallis attempted to escape across the York River. A storm stopped him. On the 17th of October, 1781, exactly 4 years to the day after Burgoyne's surrender at Saratoga, Cornwallis asked for terms. On the 19th of October, the British Army surrendered. Approximately 8,000 soldiers laid down their arms. The British military band, it is said, played a tune called The World Turned Upside Down. It was an appropriate choice. The greatest military power on earth had just surrendered to the colonial rebels it had once dismissed as rabble. Yorktown did not officially end the war. Sporadic fighting continued for another year. Peace negotiations took 2 more years, but everyone present understood what had happened. Britain had lost another army, and France's involvement had made plain that this war had become too costly, too global, and too uncertain to continue for the sake of keeping colonies that had clearly resolved not to remain colonies. The British government began negotiating peace. The negotiations were complex. They involved not only the United States and Britain, but France, Spain, and the Netherlands, each with their own interests and demands. For the Americans, the negotiators were Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay. They proved formidable. They secured British recognition of American independence. They secured generous territorial boundaries extending west to the Mississippi River. They secured fishing rights off the coast of Newfoundland. And in a move that was, as one source puts it, somewhat devious, they negotiated separately with Britain rather than in full coordination with France. This violated the spirit of the French alliance. It also produced considerably better terms for the United States. Diplomacy is rarely a clean business. The Treaty of Paris was signed on the 3rd of September, 1783. Britain recognized the independence of the United States. It granted American territory from the Atlantic coast to the Mississippi River, from the Canadian border to Florida. It agreed to withdraw all forces from American soil. The United States agreed in turn to allow British merchants to collect debts owed by Americans, and recommended that states restore property confiscated from loyalists. Most states ignored that recommendation. It looked reasonable on paper. The Revolutionary War had lasted 8 years. No one knows with precision how many died. Records were incomplete. Deaths from disease and exposure were not always counted as war casualties. Estimates for American deaths range from 25,000 to 70,000, with the higher figures including disease and indirect losses. Britain lost at least 10,000 soldiers in direct combat, with more dying from illness. Civilian casualties, particularly in the South, where the conflict had taken on the character of a brutal civil war between patriot and loyalist neighbors, are impossible to calculate. About 60,000 to 100,000 loyalists left the United States during and after the war. They went to Canada, to Britain, to the British Caribbean colonies. Their property had often been confiscated. Their homes were occupied by others. They were people whose loyalty to Britain, or whose fear of what would happen to them in the new nation, made remaining impossible. Their departure represented a significant loss of both population and accumulated wealth. The Revolution was not only a war against Britain. It was a civil war within American society, one that tore apart communities and divided families in ways that would not heal for generations. For enslaved people, the war created both possibility and bitter disappointment. Britain had promised freedom to enslaved people who escaped and joined British forces. Thousands did, drawn by a promise of liberty that the Revolution's own language proclaimed, but did not deliver to them. After Yorktown, the British evacuated approximately 3,000 formerly enslaved people to Nova Scotia, and eventually to Sierra Leone, rather than return them to bondage. but the vast majority of enslaved people remained enslaved. The revolution's ideals of liberty and equality applied, in practice, to white men. Abolitionists would point to this contradiction for decades. Most white Americans found it convenient not to notice, so long as the system remained profitable. And then, in December of 1783, George Washington did something that stunned European observers. He resigned his military commission and went home. To Mount Vernon, to his fields and his house and the ordinary life he had left behind 8 years earlier. European observers could not quite believe it. Military commanders who won revolutions did not go home. They seized power. That was the historical pattern. That was what successful generals did. Caesar, Cromwell, the long list of men who had commanded armies through upheaval and emerged holding the reins of government. Washington simply did not do that. He handed back his commission to the Continental Congress. He thanked his officers. He left. This single act did more to establish the principle of civilian authority over the military than any clause in any document. It established a precedent that the nation would carry forward, imperfectly but persistently, for centuries. The voluntary surrender of power is genuinely rare in human history. It is rarer still when the power is this large, and the man holding it is this admired. The United States in 1783 was independent, exhausted, and facing a future that was genuinely uncertain. The war had been won through a combination of persistence, French assistance, British strategic miscalculation, and a refusal to surrender that outlasted every expectation. The victory had not been inevitable. There had been moments when it nearly failed, when one more defeat might have ended everything, when the army was so reduced and the cause so desperate that continuing seemed irrational. And yet it had continued. But winning independence and building a functioning nation are separate problems. The revolution had declared that all men were created equal while maintaining slavery. It had proclaimed liberty while dispossessing indigenous peoples. It had promised self-governance to people who had never governed themselves at a national scale. These contradictions were not accidents. They were foundations, and they would shape American history for centuries. The promise itself, though, that people could govern themselves, that rights came from nature rather than tradition, that the future did not have to resemble the past, was genuinely revolutionary. The reality fell short of the rhetoric. It has always fallen short, but the promise changed what was imaginable, and that, perhaps, was enough to change the world. Now, independence had been secured. The harder question was what to do with it. The colonies had spent years fighting against what they experienced as tyrannical central authority. Having won that fight, they created a national government with almost no central authority at all. The Articles of Confederation, adopted in 1777 and ratified by all states in 1781, reflected the deep suspicion of concentrated power that the revolution had instilled in those who designed it. The fear was understandable. The overcorrection was significant. Under the Articles, the national government was essentially a Congress in which each state had one vote, regardless of its size or population. There was no president. There was no national court system. There was no real mechanism for enforcing anything Congress chose to decide. Congress could declare war, conduct diplomacy, and manage relations with Native American tribes, all of the outward-facing functions of national governance. But it could not tax. It could not regulate commerce between states. It could not compel states to contribute money to the national government. States could, and regularly did, simply ignore congressional requests for funds. It was, in its way, a government designed not to govern. The 1780s demonstrated the consequences, through a succession of crises, that Congress was structurally incapable of resolving. The national government owed enormous debts from the war. It owed money to foreign governments, to domestic creditors, and to the soldiers who had fought and survived. It could not pay any of them because it had no way to compel states to contribute revenue. It had tried issuing paper currency, called continental dollars, but without anything of substance behind them, these notes became worthless. This produced the phrase that entered common speech in that era, not worth a continental, meaning something of no value whatsoever. Inflation climbed. Creditors refused the currency. Financial credibility dissolved. Trade between states became chaotic. States imposed tariffs on goods from neighboring states, creating internal barriers that damaged commerce. Some states negotiated trade arrangements with foreign nations independently, bypassing national foreign policy entirely. There was no single national currency that all parties accepted. States issued their own paper money of wildly varying reliability. Conducting business across state lines meant navigating a maze of different regulations, different currencies, and different policies. It was economic disorder dressed in the language of state sovereignty. Foreign relations were no better. Britain had agreed in the Treaty of Paris to evacuate forts in the Northwest Territory. Britain did not evacuate them. Congress had no means to compel compliance. Spain closed the Mississippi River to American navigation, cutting off commerce from the Western territories. Congress could not negotiate effectively because every foreign government understood that the American national government lacked the power to honor or enforce any agreement it made. Pirates in the Mediterranean were capturing American merchant ships and holding sailors for ransom. Congress could not pay the ransom. It could not build a navy to stop the raids. America was independent. It did not look it. Separatist sentiment grew in the Western territories. People in Kentucky, in Tennessee, and in Vermont, which had not yet achieved statehood, discussed making their own arrangements, potentially allying with Spain or Britain if the national government could not serve their interests. When a government cannot protect you or reliably exist, loyalty to it becomes a theoretical exercise. And then came Shays' Rebellion. In western Massachusetts in 1786, farmers were in crisis. The war had disrupted the economy. Many farmers carried debts they could not pay. The state government, dominated by commercial interests in the eastern part of the state, had raised taxes to address state war debts and required payment in hard currency rather than paper money. Farmers who could not pay faced foreclosure. They faced debtor's prison, which was the 18th century's method of punishing poverty. In August of 1786, groups of farmers began arriving at courthouses to disrupt the foreclosure proceedings. By September, these gatherings had organized under Daniel Shays, a former captain in the Continental Army, and had become an armed insurrection. Hundreds of men, many of them veterans who had fought in the very revolution that had produced this government, marched on courthouses and eventually advanced on the federal arsenal at Springfield. They were not trying to overthrow the government. They wanted debt relief and tax reform. But they were using armed force to resist legal authority, and that had an uncomfortable resemblance to the kind of disorder the revolution had promised to prevent. The Massachusetts state government called the militia. Many militiamen sympathized with the rebels and did not respond. The national government under the Articles was unable to raise forces or provide any assistance at all. Eventually, the state government hired a private army, funded by Boston merchants, and suppressed the rebellion by January of 1787. Shays fled to Vermont. Most rebels were pardoned. The immediate crisis passed. But the fear it produced did not pass. If armed rebellion could happen in Massachusetts, one of the most stable and long-established states in the nation, it could happen anywhere. The fact that the national government had been entirely powerless to respond was not reassuring. Property owners worried about mob rule. Creditors worried about debtor uprisings. Political leaders worried that the United States might dissolve into anarchy or fracture into separate regional confederacies. Something had to change. And change, in this context, meant strengthening the national government. which was precisely what the Articles of Confederation had been designed to prevent. In September of 1786, before Shays' rebellion had even been put down, delegates from several states gathered in Annapolis, Maryland. They had come ostensibly to discuss problems with interstate commerce. Only 5 states sent delegates, which was not enough to accomplish anything substantive. But Alexander Hamilton and James Madison, 2 names that will carry significant weight in everything that follows, persuaded the assembled delegates to issue a call for a broader convention, to meet in Philadelphia in May of 1787, for the purpose of revising the Articles of Confederation. That was the stated purpose. What followed was something considerably more drastic. When the Constitutional Convention convened in Philadelphia in May of 1787, 55 delegates from 12 states had gathered. Rhode Island refused to send anyone, maintaining a firm suspicion of the entire project. They had come, officially, to revise the Articles. Instead, they set the Articles aside entirely and wrote a new constitution from the beginning, creating a national government with substantially greater power. Whether this was legally permissible was, as one reading of events suggests, questionable at best. It was rather like being asked to repair a piece of machinery and returning with something built from entirely different components. But they proceeded. The delegates were not representative of the population they served. They were wealthy, educated men. Approximately half were lawyers. Many were large landowners. Several held enslaved people. All were property owners. There were no women. There were no Native Americans. There were no free Black Americans and no enslaved people. This was governance by elite consensus, not popular democracy. But within that elite, there was genuine and serious disagreement about what the new government should look like. And those disagreements produced, over nearly 4 months of closed debate, a document of considerable durability. The convention elected George Washington as its presiding officer, which gave the proceedings an immediate weight and legitimacy. His presence communicated that this was serious. The delegates also agreed to conduct their deliberations in secret, so that debate could proceed without the pressure of outside opinion. This was practically sensible and philosophically awkward, given the transparency they claimed to champion. The first great conflict was between large states and small states, and it was about something simple and sharp: which states would have the most power. Large states wanted representation in the new legislature proportional to population. More people, more seats, more votes. Small states wanted equal representation for every state regardless of size, preserving their influence in the national government. The Virginia Plan, presented by Edmund Randolph, but largely conceived by James Madison, proposed a bicameral legislature with both chambers based on population, along with a national executive and a national judiciary. It would have created a strong central government tilted toward the larger states. The New Jersey Plan responded by preserving a single legislative body with equal representation per state, closer in structure to the Articles of Confederation. The two positions appeared, for a time, irreconcilable. The Great Compromise, proposed by Roger Sherman of Connecticut, gave each side part of what it wanted. The House of Representatives would be apportioned by population, satisfying the larger states. The Senate would grant each state 2 senators regardless of size, satisfying the smaller ones. Neither side received everything it had sought. Both received enough to continue. It is worth sitting with what this kind of compromise actually requires. It requires everyone present to accept that the thing they believe is correct is not the only thing that will be allowed to survive. That is harder than it sounds. The next great conflict was over slavery, and it was uglier because it involved a moral question that no structural cleverness could make clean. Southern states wanted enslaved people counted for the purpose of determining representation in the House of Representatives. More population meant more seats. They did not want those same people counted for taxation purposes. Northern states, where slavery was being gradually eliminated, found this position logically inconsistent at the very least. You cannot simultaneously define a person as property with no rights and count them for the purpose of political representation. You can construct an argument for it, but the argument requires a certain willful determination to ignore what it means. The 3/5 compromise resolved this by counting each enslaved person as 3/5 of a person for both representation and taxation. It was a mathematical formula applied to human beings. It gave Southern states increased political power derived from populations that had no vote, no representation, and no rights of any kind. It embedded slavery into the nation's foundational document. It was, as the source material puts it directly, one of the Constitution's original sins. The convention also included further protections for the institution. The Constitution prohibited Congress from banning the international slave trade before 1808, granting the trade 20 more years of operation, and the continued importation of enslaved people from Africa. A fugitive slave clause required all states to return escaped enslaved people to their owners, preventing the northern states from becoming places of refuge. There is something about a document that won't even name the thing it's protecting. The Constitution, for all its careful architecture, never once used the word slavery. Where the institution needed to be acknowledged, softer phrases appeared instead. Persons held to service or labor. That was the language chosen. Not because the framers didn't understand what they were writing about, but because understanding and comfort are two different things, and apparently even people comfortable with slavery found direct acknowledgement of it somehow too much. It is a strange kind of moral vertigo to build a protection around something you cannot bring yourself to say aloud. And yet they built it carefully. The document also required that free states return escaped enslaved people to their owners, making the entire nation complicit in the institution whether it wanted to be or not. No state could simply opt out of the arrangement by being free. Slavery reached into every corner of the Republic from the moment the Republic existed. Beyond the compromises over slavery, the convention had created a presidency with substantial powers. The president would serve as commander-in-chief of the military. The president could make treaties with Senate consent. The president could appoint federal officials and judges. The president could veto legislation, subject to congressional override. This was a considerably stronger executive than anything the Articles of Confederation had imagined, and it made some delegates genuinely nervous. Because they had just finished fighting a war against monarchical power, and what they had drafted looked, in certain lights, suspiciously like a king. Without the hereditary succession, without the title, but with the shape of one. The delegates tried to contain that power through a system of checks. Congress could override vetoes, impeach and remove a president, and controlled the money that made executive action possible. The judiciary could rule executive actions unconstitutional, and the president would serve limited terms of 4 years, with the possibility of re-election, rather than holding office for life. These were real constraints. But the presidency was still powerful enough that the entire system rested, in the early going, on one assumption: that George Washington would be the first to hold the office, and that his character and his restraint would be the best guarantee against the office becoming something dangerous. Think about that for a moment. They were founding a government on the hope that the first occupant of its most powerful position would voluntarily limit himself. It was optimistic. It turned out to be correct. The federal judiciary was left in a comparatively undeveloped state. The Constitution created a Supreme Court, but left most of the details of the broader court system to Congress. It granted federal courts jurisdiction over certain categories of cases, but it did not explicitly give courts the power to declare laws unconstitutional. That power, judicial review, would be claimed by the Supreme Court itself in 1803, in a decision that expanded judicial authority beyond what the Constitution had clearly stated. But in 1787, The judiciary was almost an afterthought compared to the careful, detailed provisions written for Congress and the presidency. The least developed branch, the quietest room in the building. The Constitution also established federalism, dividing power between the national government and the states. The national government received enumerated powers specifically listed in the document: taxation, regulation of interstate commerce, foreign relations, military affairs. Powers not granted to the national government were reserved to the states. This was meant to preserve state sovereignty while still creating something functional at the center, though the precise boundary between federal and state authority would be disputed for the next 2 centuries, and is being disputed still. By September 1787, the delegates had produced a document that nobody loved entirely, but most could accept. 39 of the 55 delegates signed the Constitution on September 17, 1787. Several refused. George Mason and Edmund Randolph of Virginia would not sign. Elbridge Gerry of Massachusetts would not sign. Their objection was not that the document did too little, but that it did too much. That it granted too much power to the central government, and that it contained no Bill of Rights to protect individual liberties. But most delegates signed, and the document was sent to the states to be ratified. Here is where things became genuinely uncertain. The Constitution specified that it would take effect when 9 of the 13 states ratified it, through special conventions elected for that purpose, rather than through state legislatures. This was, legally speaking, on delicate ground. The Articles of Confederation required unanimous consent for amendments, and this was not an amendment. This was a replacement. The framers knew they would never achieve unanimity, so they changed the threshold. Whether that was pragmatic flexibility or something closer to a constitutional coup depended entirely on where you stood. The ratification debate organized itself around 2 loose coalitions. Federalists supported the Constitution. Anti-Federalists opposed it. Neither was a political party in any formal sense. Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, and John Jay wrote 85 essays in defense of the Constitution, published in New York newspapers under the shared pseudonym Publius. These became known as the Federalist Papers, and they remain the most important commentary on the Constitution ever written. Courts still cite them today. The arguments were sophisticated. Madison's Federalist No. 10 made a case that turned conventional wisdom on its head. The received understanding of the time held that Republican government could only function in small territories, where citizens shared common interests. Madison argued the opposite, that a large republic was actually safer against tyranny, because in a larger and more diverse nation, factions would be too numerous and too varied to combine into oppressive majorities. Size and diversity were not weaknesses to be managed. They were protections built into the geography itself. The Anti-Federalists did not have a single equivalent document or spokesman, but their concerns were real and their arguments serious. They worried about the consolidation of power in a distant national government. They thought the presidency was too strong and would drift toward monarchy. They pointed to the absence of a Bill of Rights, and they argued that the Constitution was fundamentally aristocratic in design, built by wealthy elites who did not entirely trust ordinary people with power. Patrick Henry, who had famously declared "Give me liberty or give me death" during the Revolution, spoke with force against ratification in Virginia, warning that the Constitution threatened the very liberties the war had been fought to secure. The Anti-Federalists were not unreasonable. They identified real weaknesses in the document, and many of their concerns proved well-founded over the following decades. But they lost the debate, partly because the Federalists were better organized, and partly because the failures of the Articles of Confederation were impossible to ignore, and the Constitution, whatever its flaws, at least offered a working alternative. Ratification moved state by state through 1787 and 1788. Delaware went first, in December 1787, and ratified unanimously. Small states had reason to favor the Constitution. It gave them equal representation in the Senate regardless of population, which was a better arrangement than they could have hoped for under any purely proportional system. Pennsylvania ratified quickly, though after contentious debate. New Jersey, Georgia, and Connecticut followed. Massachusetts ratified in February 1788, but only after Federalists made a promise. A Bill of Rights would be added through amendments after ratification. That promise became a template. It would help secure ratification in state after state. Maryland and South Carolina ratified in the spring of 1788. New Hampshire became the 9th state to ratify in June 1788, which technically brought the Constitution into legal effect. But everyone understood that without Virginia and New York, the two most consequential states aside from Pennsylvania, the new government would struggle to function. Virginia ratified in June 1788, after intense debate, and only by a vote of 89 to 79. New York followed in July 1788, by the even narrower margin of 30 to 27, again with the understanding that amendments protecting individual rights would come. North Carolina initially rejected the Constitution outright and did not ratify until November 1789, after the new government was already operating. Rhode Island, which had not sent delegates to the Constitutional Convention at all, held out until May 1790, ratifying by the narrowest margin of anyone, 34 to 32, and only after being threatened with treatment as a foreign country by the other states. The prospect of having tariffs imposed on your goods, it turns out, can clarify the mind considerably, even for the most stubborn of holdouts. The first Congress under the new Constitution met in New York in March 1789. The Electoral College had unanimously elected George Washington as president. He received all 69 electoral votes, the only president in history ever elected unanimously. John Adams received the second highest total and became vice president, a position he would later describe as the most insignificant office that ever the invention of man contrived, which was harsh. But Adams was not known for softening his opinions. Washington's inauguration on April 30th, 1789 did something more than install a person in an office. It made the presidency real, a functioning thing rather than a theoretical construct. And everything Washington did from that moment became precedent because no one had done it before. How formal should the president be in manner and appearance? What should he be called? How should he engage with Congress? Should he move freely among ordinary citizens or maintain some ceremonial distance? These were not questions of protocol for its own sake. They were questions about the fundamental nature of Republican government, about what it meant for power to belong to the people rather than to a crown. You stand somewhere near the edge of the crowd on a cool April morning. The streets of New York carry the smell of wood smoke and river air. Around you, people have been waiting for some time. There is no template for what is about to happen. No one has seen this before. The man walking toward the balcony of Federal Hall has refused a crown twice, and now he is about to accept something stranger and harder to define. Washington, for his part, tried to find a balance between dignity and accessibility. He rejected proposals to address him as his high mightiness or his elective majesty, settling instead on the plain phrase Mr. President. It sounded democratic without feeling overly familiar. He held formal receptions, but kept some distance from common citizens. He worked to establish the principle that the president should lead without dominating, exercise power with restraint, and respect congressional authority even in disagreement. His cabinet, a group of department heads who would serve as his close advisors, became an important institution even though the Constitution had barely described it. Washington appointed Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, Henry Knox as Secretary of War, and Edmund Randolph as Attorney General. The choices were partly about expertise and partly about politics. Jefferson represented Southern agricultural interests. Hamilton represented Northern commercial ones. Placing both men in the same cabinet was an attempt to balance competing visions of what the country was supposed to become. It did not produce harmony. Jefferson and Hamilton disagreed about nearly everything: economic policy, foreign relations, the proper scope of federal power, the nature of Republican government, the direction the country should take. Hamilton wanted a strong central government, a commercial economy built on manufacturing and trade, a national bank, and close ties with Britain. Jefferson wanted limited federal power, an agricultural economy of independent farmers, strict interpretation of the Constitution, and sympathy for revolutionary France. Their conflict played out in cabinet meetings, in anonymous newspaper essays they wrote to undermine each other, and eventually in the formation of political parties, despite the fact that nearly everyone in public life claimed to believe that parties were dangerous. Hamilton's supporters became Federalists, using the same name as the earlier supporters of the Constitution, apparently because finding new names was more effort than anyone wanted to make. Jefferson's supporters became Democratic Republicans, or simply Republicans, a name that should not be confused with the modern Republican Party, which would not exist for another 60 years. American political nomenclature has never been its own clearest friend. One of Washington's first priorities was fulfilling the promise made during ratification. James Madison, now serving in the House of Representatives, proposed 12 amendments to the Constitution in June 1789. Congress approved them in September. By December 1791, 10 had been ratified by the states. These became the Bill of Rights. They protected freedom of religion, speech, press, and assembly, the right to bear arms, protection against unreasonable search and seizure, rights of the accused in criminal proceedings, and a reservation of powers not granted to the federal government, back to the states and to the people. These 10 amendments addressed nearly everything the Anti-Federalists had feared and established protections for individual liberty that have shaped American law in every generation since. Hamilton's financial program dominated domestic policy through Washington's first term. The new government had inherited enormous debts from the Revolution, both the national debt held by Congress and the separate war debts carried by individual states. Hamilton proposed that the federal government assume all of it, paying the debts at face value. This would establish national credit and bind the financial interests of creditors to the success of the new government. The logic was clear. If wealthy people stood to profit from the government's stability, they would work to keep it stable. It was controversial. Many states had already retired their own war debts and saw no reason to be taxed to cover the debts of states that had not. The plan also stood to benefit speculators who had purchased old debt certificates cheaply and would now be paid their full face value. Jefferson and Madison opposed the plan on both fairness grounds and constitutional ones. It was, they argued, an unconstitutional expansion of federal power. Congress deadlocked. The resolution came over dinner. Hamilton met with Jefferson and Madison and made a trade. Jefferson and Madison would support debt assumption. In exchange, the permanent national capital would be placed on the Potomac River, between Maryland and Virginia, in the South rather than the North. It was the kind of agreement that happens in private rooms, quietly, and then shapes the visible world for centuries. The deal established Washington, D.C. as the seat of government, though the federal city would not actually be ready until 1800. Hamilton also proposed a national bank, chartered by the federal government, to manage public finances, provide stable currency, and support commerce. Jefferson objected on constitutional grounds. The Constitution did not explicitly grant Congress the power to create a bank, and Jefferson's strict reading of the document meant that powers not listed were powers not held. Hamilton countered that the Constitution granted implied powers, things not explicitly listed, but necessary and proper to carrying out the powers that were listed. This was the first major argument over constitutional interpretation, the beginning of a debate between strict construction and loose construction that has never fully ended. Washington sided with Hamilton. Congress chartered the First Bank of the United States in 1791. The principle of implied powers was established, and with it, a broad interpretation of federal authority that would expand the government's reach far beyond what many of the framers had envisioned. It also made clear, from very early on, that the Constitution's meaning was not fixed and obvious, but something that would be worked out through argument, precedent, and political struggle, generation after generation. Foreign policy added new fractures. When revolutionary France went to war with Britain in 1793, Americans divided along lines that were already forming. Jefferson and his supporters sympathized with France. The French had helped America win independence, and their revolution seemed continuous with American ideals. Hamilton and his supporters distrusted French radicalism, valued the commercial relationship with Britain, and feared that supporting France would pull America into a war it could not afford. Washington issued a proclamation of neutrality in 1793, asserting that the United States would stay out of European conflicts. This angered those who felt America owed France a debt of loyalty, but it established the principle that American interests, rather than ideological sympathy, should determine American foreign policy. The Jay Treaty with Britain in 1794 deepened the partisan divide. John Jay negotiated an agreement that resolved some unfinished business from the Revolutionary War. Britain agreed to evacuate forts it still held in the Northwest Territory. Both countries extended most favored nation trading status to each other, but the treaty did not address the impressment of American sailors into the British Navy, and it did not stop British interference with American trade to France. Jeffersonians denounced it as a surrender to Britain and a betrayal of France. Hamilton defended it as the price of peace and a foundation for commerce. The Senate ratified the treaty by exactly the minimum two-thirds majority required, and Washington signed it despite serious reservations about its terms. Washington's farewell address came in 1796, when he announced he would not seek a third term. In it, he warned against what he called the baneful effects of the spirit of party. The warning was honest and probably sincere. It was also, by that point, too late. Political parties were already a fact of American life, and Washington's departure removed the one figure whose standing had transcended the divisions. The election of 1796 was the first genuinely contested presidential election. John Adams defeated Thomas Jefferson by a narrow margin. The peaceful transfer of power from Washington to Adams established a precedent that mattered more than it might have seemed at the time. That presidents would leave office when their time was done, voluntarily, without needing to be removed by force, preserving the Republican character of the government they had built. Washington's presidency established patterns that would shape American government permanently. The precedent of a strong but constrained executive, the development of the cabinet as an advisory body, the principle of judicial review developing through early Supreme Court cases, the creation of political parties despite universal proclamations against them. The Constitution had provided a framework, but that framework was vague enough and the questions large enough that its meaning had to be worked out through practice, through debate, through conflict, year by year. The constitutional era transformed the United States from a loose collection of states into a functioning federal republic with a real government and real power. It did not resolve the deepest conflicts. The question of federal versus state authority would run through American politics all the way to the Civil War. The contradiction of slavery inside a nation founded on declarations of liberty would require a war before it was addressed, incompletely, at enormous cost. And the question of who exactly was included in the phrase, "we," the people, would be contested for generations. But the institutions held. The Constitution of 1787 was not inevitable. It came out of specific circumstances, specific compromises, specific decisions that could have gone differently at a dozen points. It was not perfect, It embedded slavery. It limited democracy. It created a government that was, by modern standards, deeply elitist. And yet it established a framework with enough flexibility to allow for change over time, even when that change came far more slowly than justice required. The constitutional system created in the 1780s and 1790s, for all its costs and contradictions, proved capable of holding a diverse and expanding nation together through crisis after crisis, adapting to circumstances its framers never imagined, while maintaining the basic principles they had argued over in that warm and difficult summer in Philadelphia. That is not nothing, even if what it costs to achieve it remains part of the reckoning. And so we turn now, gently, from the work of founding to the work of expanding. And those two things, it will turn out, are not always easy to hold together. The early 19th century saw the United States begin to move, not just in spirit or ambition, but physically, the country reaching westward, filling space, pressing outward toward the far edge of a continent it had barely seen. This movement came wrapped in an ideology called manifest destiny, the belief that America was destined, by God or by fate or by some quality of national character, to spread across the continent from one ocean to the other. It was a convenient philosophy if you were American and looking for land. It was considerably less convenient if you were an indigenous person, or a Mexican, or anyone else living on territory that Americans had decided was manifestly theirs. The first major expansion arrived almost by accident, or at least it arrived so easily that it had the quality of luck rather than plan. In 1803, President Thomas Jefferson, who had spent years advocating for strict interpretation of the Constitution and the limiting of federal power, found himself with the opportunity to purchase the Louisiana Territory from France. To take that opportunity, he had to set aside nearly everything he had argued for. He did so with remarkable speed. Here is how it had come about. France, under Napoleon Bonaparte, had acquired Louisiana from Spain in 1800 with plans to rebuild a French empire in North America. This alarmed Jefferson. A powerful European nation controlling the Mississippi River and the port of New Orleans was a direct threat to American Western commerce. Jefferson authorized his diplomats to negotiate the purchase of New Orleans and perhaps some territory along the Gulf Coast for up to $10 million. New Orleans mattered enormously to American farmers in the interior, who had no other practical route to get their goods to market except down the Mississippi and out through that port. The diplomats arrived in Paris and found that Napoleon had undergone a change of mind, so complete it must have been disorienting to witness. His Caribbean colony of Saint-Domingue, the island that would become Haiti, had successfully revolted against French rule. The uprising was led by formerly enslaved people who had defeated French armies in the field and established the first Black Republic in the hemisphere. Without Haiti as a base and staging ground, maintaining Louisiana was expensive and strategically difficult. And Napoleon, who was preparing for renewed war with Britain, needed money far more than he needed distant territory. So when the American diplomats opened the question of purchasing New Orleans, Napoleon's minister turned the question around and asked whether they would like to buy all of Louisiana instead. The Americans were, by most accounts, astonished. The territory in question was approximately 828,000 square miles, which would double the size of the United States. The price was $15 million. That worked out to roughly 3 cents per acre. The diplomats exceeded both their instructions and their authorized spending almost immediately, and agreed on the spot, because there are moments when the size of an opportunity makes the transgression of one's mandate feel entirely beside the point. When news reached Jefferson, he faced a genuine dilemma. The Constitution did not explicitly give the President or Congress the power to purchase foreign territory. Jefferson, the strict constructionist, the man who had spent years criticizing Hamilton for his loose reading of constitutional authority, now had to either pass on the purchase or engage in the very kind of constitutional flexibility he had long condemned. He chose the land. He rationalized that the treaty-making power implicitly included the power to acquire territory. It was, he understood, the same sort of constitutional gymnastics he had criticized Hamilton for performing. But Jefferson also understood that certain opportunities arrive only once, and that a purchase of 828,000 square miles at 3 cents per acre was not something a prudent man walked away from on grounds of principle. Congress approved the purchase in late 1803. The United States now held territory stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. There was, however, a rather significant problem. Nobody knew with much precision what they had bought. The territory was vaguely defined at its edges, poorly mapped, and almost entirely unknown to Americans east of the Mississippi. So Jefferson commissioned an expedition. His personal secretary, Meriwether Lewis, would lead it. Lewis recruited William Clark, a former military officer, to serve as co-commander. Together, they assembled a group of about 45 men, called the Corps of Discovery, and departed from St. Louis in May 1804. The Lewis and Clark expedition became one of the most celebrated journeys in American history, partly because it succeeded, and partly because Lewis kept detailed journals that read, even now, like something between a field report and an adventure novel. The Corps traveled up the Missouri River, eventually crossing the Rocky Mountains, which turned out to be considerably more imposing than Jefferson had optimistically imagined, and reached the Pacific Ocean in November 1805. They spent a difficult winter on the Oregon coast, where rain was constant and cold was thorough, and everyone had eaten more salmon than any person reasonably wants to eat, which is the kind of detail that tends to get left out of the heroic version, but was very much part of the actual experience. The expedition's success owed a great deal to the peoples already living in those territories. A Shoshone woman named Sacagawea, traveling with her French-Canadian husband Toussaint Charbonneau, served as interpreter and guide. The fact that she traveled with an infant son sent a signal to tribes the Corps encountered along the way. This was not a war party. Her presence made peaceful contact possible where it might otherwise not have been. The Corps also received substantial assistance from various indigenous nations who provided food, horses, directions, and knowledge of the land. The expedition was not, in that sense, a solo American achievement. It was a negotiated passage through a landscape full of people who already knew it. The Corps returned to St. Louis in September 1806, having traveled approximately 8,000 miles, mapped territories that no American cartographer had recorded, documented hundreds of plant and animal species new to science, and demonstrated that the continent could be crossed, even if the water route Jefferson had hoped for did not exist. What the expedition accomplished, beyond the maps and the species lists, was making Western expansion feel possible and desirable. Lewis's reports described fertile land, abundant resources, and a continent open to commerce and settlement. They were less forthcoming about the fact that the territories were already occupied by people with their own long-established claims. That pattern of arriving in a place, describing it as empty or underused, and then acting accordingly, would repeat itself across the 19th century with a consistency that was not accidental. But before the nation could direct its full attention westward, it had a conflict to settle with Britain. The War of 1812 was the kind of war that looks, from a distance, entirely unnecessary, and yet made a certain kind of sense to the people living through it. Britain was at war with Napoleonic France and had been impressing American sailors, seizing them from American vessels and forcing them into the Royal Navy. Britain was also supplying weapons to Native American tribes resisting American expansion in the Northwest Territory, and treating the young United States with the comfortable condescension of an empire dealing with a former colony it did not entirely take seriously. A group of American politicians, particularly from the West and South, became known as warhawks. They wanted war to defend national honor, to end British support for native resistance, and to seize Canada, which was right there, and which they were confident would fall easily. Others, particularly New England Federalists whose prosperity depended on trade with Britain, strongly opposed going to war. President James Madison, facing real grievances and real political pressure, asked Congress for a declaration of war in June 1812. Congress agreed, and the United States entered what would prove to be one of its most poorly executed conflicts. The war went badly almost from the start. The plan to take Canada, which the Warhawks had described as a simple matter of marching, failed in spectacular fashion. American forces invaded Canada 3 separate times in 1812, and all 3 invasions failed. One force surrendered at Detroit without engaging in serious fighting, when the British commander convinced them, through deliberate exaggeration, that he had vastly superior forces and that native warriors would massacre the Americans if they resisted. Another invasion crossed the Niagara River, achieved some early success, and then collapsed when American militia declined to cross into Canada, citing the legal distinction between defending American soil and invading foreign territory, a distinction they chose, with some precision, to invoke at the worst possible moment. The naval war offered more encouraging news. The small American Navy won several notable single-ship engagements against British vessels, which did not affect the war's outcome, but did a great deal for American morale. The most celebrated of these came in August 1812, when the USS Constitution defeated HMS Guerriere. Cannonballs were seen bouncing off the Constitution's thick oak hull during the engagement, which gave the ship the nickname it still carries, Old Ironsides. American privateers also preyed on British merchant shipping with some success, capturing hundreds of vessels. But once Britain defeated Napoleon in 1814 and could redirect its attention fully toward North America, the Royal Navy blockaded the American coast, strangling trade and commerce along the eastern seaboard. In 1814, the British launched serious offensive operations. They invaded from Canada and raided the Chesapeake Bay region with troubling ease. In August 1814, a British force defeated American militia at Bladensburg in a rout so swift and thorough that it became known afterward as the Bladensburg Races. The British then entered Washington and burned the White House, the Capitol, and other government buildings, in explicit retaliation for American forces having burned York, the settlement that would eventually become Toronto, the previous year. President Madison and the government evacuated the city before the British arrived. It was the lowest point of the war, and possibly the most humiliating moment in the young republic's existence. The British withdrew from Washington after a few days, having made whatever point they intended to make. They then moved against Baltimore. Baltimore had stronger defenses and a garrison more resolved to hold them. The British bombardment of Fort McHenry, which guarded Baltimore's harbor, lasted through the night of September 13th and into the morning of September 14th, 1814. A lawyer named Francis Scott Key, who was aboard a vessel in the harbor during the bombardment, watched through the night and saw at dawn that the American flag was still flying over the fort. He wrote a poem about what he had witnessed. That poem would eventually become the national anthem. The fort held, Baltimore was saved, and the defense of the city became, in the national memory, a counterweight to the burning of Washington. Peace negotiations had been underway in Ghent, Belgium, since August 1814. Both sides had exhausted their appetite for a war that had produced nothing useful for either of them. The Treaty of Ghent, signed in December 1814, restored the situation to what it had been before the war began. No territory changed hands. No outstanding issues were resolved. Both parties agreed to stop fighting and go back to how things were. The entire conflict, in purely practical terms, had accomplished almost nothing, at considerable cost in lives and money. The war's final battle came after the peace treaty was already signed, because news of the treaty took weeks to cross the Atlantic. In January 1815, British forces attacked New Orleans. American forces under the command of Andrew Jackson met them and defeated them decisively, killing or wounding approximately 2,000 British soldiers while suffering fewer than 100 casualties of their own. It was the most one-sided American victory of the entire war. It also came after the war was officially over. Americans celebrated it enormously anyway. Jackson was treated as the man who had saved the nation, and his reputation from that battle would eventually carry him to the presidency. The burning of Washington receded in memory. The failed Canadian invasions receded. The Bladensburg races receded. What remained, brightly, were the defense of Baltimore and the victory at New Orleans. Memory is selective in every nation and every era, but Americans in 1815 were perhaps especially motivated to be selective. The war did accomplish one thing that mattered in domestic politics. The Federalist Party had opposed the war and had been widely accused of disloyalty for doing so. Some Federalists had gathered at the Hartford Convention in late 1814 to discuss, among other things, the possibility of secession from the Union. When the war ended and Americans were busy celebrating their improbable victory, the Hartford Convention looked, at best, like an embarrassment, and at worst, like treason. The Federalist Party did not survive the association. And so the war ended, the party died, and the Republic turned its attention back to the continent stretching out ahead of it, wider than anyone had yet fully reckoned with, and full of futures that had not yet been decided. There is a quality to these years, the 1840s and 1850s, that feels like a long rope slowly pulled taut. Nobody could quite hear it, but the sound was there. We pick up the story just after the War of 1812, which ended with American claims of victory. Whatever the military outcomes had been, the war carried one consequence that would ripple forward through decades. It devastated Native American resistance to American expansion. Tecumseh, a Shawnee leader, had built a confederation of tribes to resist American encroachment. He was killed fighting alongside the British in 1813. With British support gone and unified resistance no longer possible, Native American tribes faced American expansion alone. The path westward was now open. No European power would seriously contest it. No coalition of indigenous nations remained strong enough to hold it. The ideology that would come to justify this expansion already existed in the minds of those doing the expanding. It simply didn't have its name yet. That name, Manifest Destiny, wouldn't be coined until 1845. But the idea was there and had been there for some time. Simple. Convenient. America was destined to expand across the continent, spreading democracy and civilization. Inevitable, beneficial, divinely ordained. That it required displacing indigenous peoples who had lived on the land for thousands of years was either ignored entirely or justified through theories about indigenous inferiority and the supposed benefits of civilization. That it involved seizing territory from Mexico or threatening war with Britain over Oregon did not trouble its advocates. After all, destiny is destiny, and who argues with fate? In 1823, President James Monroe articulated what became known as the Monroe Doctrine, delivered in a message to Congress. It had two main points. European powers should not establish new colonies in the Americas, nor interfere with independent nations in the Western Hemisphere. And in return, the United States would stay out of European affairs. This was a bold statement from a nation that had barely survived a war with Britain and possessed a military that had failed to conquer Canada. The Monroe Doctrine was less a declaration of actual American power and more a declaration of aspirations, quietly backed by British naval supremacy. Britain, for its own commercial reasons, also wanted other European powers kept out of the Americas. So the doctrine had teeth, borrowed teeth, but teeth nonetheless. What it established, in principle, was that the Western Hemisphere was America's sphere of influence. European intervention would be considered a threat. This was imperialism dressed as defensive policy, and it would be invoked repeatedly over the next 2 centuries to justify American intervention in Latin America, from supporting friendly dictators to overthrowing unfriendly governments to occupying countries for years at a time. The doctrine's legacy is complicated, at best. Westward expansion continued through the 1820s and 1830s, and it came at enormous cost to the people already living in those territories. American settlers pushed into lands that had been guaranteed to tribes by treaty. When indigenous peoples resisted, or simply remained on their land, they were removed by force. The Indian Removal Act of 1830 was championed by President Andrew Jackson, the war hero from New Orleans, who apparently believed that winning battles against the British entitled him to dispossess Native Americans. The act authorized the president to negotiate removal treaties with Eastern tribes. It was official government policy, signed and enacted, backed by the full weight of the American state. You are standing at the edge of a village in Georgia. The morning air is cold and damp and smells of pine and wood smoke. Men with rifles stand at the tree line. Someone is telling you, in a language not your own, that this land is no longer yours. The Cherokee Nation in Georgia, North Carolina, and Tennessee had by this point adopted many aspects of American culture: a written language, a constitutional government, farming, even in some cases, slavery. They had done what American society asked. They had shown that coexistence was possible on American terms. It made no difference. Georgia wanted the land. Gold had been discovered on Cherokee territory, and Jackson supported removal. The Cherokee took their case through legal channels, all the way to the Supreme Court. In Worcester v. Georgia in 1832, the court ruled in their favor, declaring Georgia's actions unconstitutional. Jackson allegedly responded by saying, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it." Whether he said exactly those words is disputed, but what he did is not disputed. He did nothing to enforce the ruling. Constitutional principles, it turned out, meant nothing when they conflicted with what white settlers wanted. Between 1831 and 1839, the Cherokee and other southeastern tribes, the Creek, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Seminole, were forced to relocate west of the Mississippi River to what was designated Indian Territory, the land that is now Oklahoma. This forced relocation became known as the Trail of Tears. The Cherokee were removed from their homes at gunpoint, held in stockades, and marched west in terrible conditions. Roughly a quarter of them died during the removal, from exposure, disease, starvation, and the trauma of losing everything they had known. Similar proportions of other tribes died during their own forced removals. This was ethnic cleansing, carried out by official government policy, approved by Congress, approved by the president. It demonstrated that American ideals of justice and constitutional government did not apply to indigenous peoples. That treaties would be violated whenever convenient, that the expansion of American territory took precedence over any ethical consideration. Manifest destiny, in practice. The destiny being manifested was the destruction of indigenous societies and the theft of their lands. American expansion soon reached beyond territory acquired from France or seized from indigenous peoples. Americans began settling in Texas in the 1820s. Texas was then part of Mexico. Mexico initially encouraged American immigration, offering inexpensive land to settlers who would become Mexican citizens, convert to Catholicism, and follow Mexican law. The settlers took the land. They generally ignored the citizenship, religion, and law. By the 1830s, Americans in Texas outnumbered Mexican citizens there, and tensions were rising. One particular irritant: Mexico had abolished slavery in 1829. Most American settlers in Texas owned enslaved people and had no intention of abandoning that system simply because Mexican law required it. Tensions escalated into the Texas Revolution of 1835 to 1836. The causes were layered: Mexican centralization of power, cultural friction, American settlers' refusal to abide by Mexican law, and slavery. Mexican forces under General Antonio López de Santa Anna initially succeeded, capturing the Alamo in March 1836 in a battle that killed all of its defenders, including Davy Crockett and Jim Bowie. Americans transformed this defeat into a rallying cry: "Remember the Alamo," conveniently setting aside the detail that the Texan rebels had been fighting to preserve slavery on land that belonged to Mexico. The Texas forces, led by Sam Houston, won a decisive victory at San Jacinto in April 1836, capturing Santa Anna and forcing him to sign treaties recognizing Texan independence. The Republic of Texas then existed as an independent nation for 9 years, seeking annexation by the United States. But annexation was politically complicated. It would add another slave state, unsettling the fragile balance between free and slave states. It would likely provoke war with Mexico, which had never recognized Texan independence. Presidents Jackson and Van Buren both avoided annexation despite sustained pressure from Southern politicians and Texas settlers. In 1845, President John Tyler, in the final days of his administration, pushed annexation through Congress via joint resolution, which required only a simple majority rather than the 2/3 Senate vote a treaty would have demanded. President-elect James K. Polk, who had campaigned on acquiring Oregon from Britain and California from Mexico, supported annexation and expansion broadly. Texas became a state in December 1845. Mexico broke off diplomatic relations, viewing the annexation as an act of aggression. War was probably inevitable at that point. Both sides spent several months pretending otherwise. The pretext for war arrived in early 1846, when American and Mexican forces clashed in disputed territory between the Nueces River and the Rio Grande. Polk claimed Mexico had invaded American soil and shed American blood. In reality, the territory was contested. Texas claimed the Rio Grande as its border. Mexico recognized only the Nueces River, and Polk had deliberately ordered American troops into the disputed zone to provoke exactly the conflict that followed. Congress declared war in May 1846. Many Whig politicians considered it an unjust war of aggression. They voted for it anyway, to appear patriotic. The Mexican-American War lasted from 1846 to 1848. American forces invaded from multiple directions: through Texas toward Monterrey and Mexico City, through New Mexico toward California, and by sea to occupy California's ports. General Zachary Taylor won victories in northern Mexico despite being outnumbered. General Winfield Scott led an amphibious landing at Veracruz and marched inland to capture Mexico City in September 1847, effectively ending the war. California was occupied with minimal resistance. The territory was lightly defended, and many Californios were ambivalent about Mexican rule in any case. The war produced military reputations that would resurface in far more terrible circumstances just over a decade later. Ulysses S. Grant, Robert E. Lee, Thomas Stonewall Jackson, all of them served in Mexico. All of them learned their craft there. Ulysses Grant, who had been there, later wrote that the Mexican-American War was one of the most unjust ever waged by a stronger against a weaker nation. This was not a fringe view. It was the honest assessment of someone who had fought in it and had the clarity to say so. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed in February 1848, ended the war. Mexico ceded approximately half its territory to the United States. California, Nevada, Utah, most of Arizona and New Mexico, and parts of Colorado and Wyoming, approximately 525,000 square miles. The United States paid Mexico $15 million and assumed $325 million in claims by American citizens against Mexico. It was territorial acquisition by conquest, dressed with a payment that gave it the appearance of a purchase, but was really compensation paid to the loser of a war they had been forced into. The acquisition of California proved immediately consequential. Gold was discovered at Sutter's Mill in January 1848, just weeks before the treaty was signed. Word spread slowly at first. By 1849, the California gold rush was fully underway. Hundreds of thousands of people arrived. Americans, Europeans, South Americans, Chinese, Australians. They came by covered wagon across the continent, by ship around the tip of South America, by ship to Panama, crossing the isthmus on foot and boarding another vessel for San Francisco. The 49ers, as they came to be called, were chasing a dream that most of them would not catch. Some found gold, many found nothing. The real fortunes were often made by merchants selling supplies to miners at dramatically inflated prices. But the gold rush transformed California from a sparsely populated territory to a state in just 2 years. San Francisco went from a village to a city almost overnight. The gold rush also accelerated the displacement of indigenous peoples in California as miners invaded their territories, destroyed their food sources, and sometimes killed them outright. California's Native American population fell by roughly 80% between 1848 and 1870, through disease, starvation, and outright killing by settlers and miners who treated indigenous people as obstacles to mineral wealth. The gold rush created California's ethnic diversity and its culture of boom-and-bust speculation. It drew risk-takers and dreamers from around the world and built into the state's character a particular belief that fortune could arrive suddenly and that the attempt was worth any hardship. The fortunes, when they came at someone else's expense. By 1850, the United States stretched from the Atlantic to the Pacific. 13 states along the Atlantic coast had become 30 states and multiple territories spanning the continent. The vision of a continental nation from sea to shining sea had been fulfilled. It had been fulfilled through the destruction of indigenous societies, through war with Mexico, through the acquisition of territories that would immediately reopen the question of slavery's expansion and push the nation toward a crisis it had been postponing for decades. Manifest destiny had produced a continental nation. It had also embedded into American culture a belief that expansion was America's natural right, that other people's claims to land were subordinate to American desire, and that force was an acceptable means of achieving national ends. The generation that built this continental empire saw it as triumph. They were not entirely wrong. The Western territories provided resources and opportunities that fueled American growth for generations. But they were willfully blind to the costs. Or they simply did not care, because those costs were borne by people they considered inferior or disposable. History often works this way. The people making the decisions rarely suffer the consequences. The people suffering the consequences rarely get to make decisions. And now, the territorial expansion of the early 19th century had created a problem that Americans had been deferring since the Constitution was written. What would happen to slavery as the nation grew? The founders had embedded slavery into the Constitution while carefully avoiding using the word, as if not naming it would dissolve the moral problem. It did not. Every new territory and potential state forced the question, would slavery be permitted there? And since political power in Congress depended on the balance between free and slave states, this was not only a moral argument, it was a direct fight over power. The first major crisis arrived in 1819, when Missouri applied for statehood as a slave state. Its admission would upset the careful balance that had been maintained in the Senate, 11 free states against 11 slave states, equal representation, mutual veto. Northern congressmen proposed admitting Missouri only if it gradually abolished slavery. Southern congressmen saw this as an attack on their entire social and economic order. The debate grew heated and bitter, threatening to split the Union barely 30 years after the Constitution was ratified. The resolution was the Missouri Compromise of 1820, crafted by Henry Clay, a Kentucky congressman who would spend the next 3 decades attempting to hold the Union together through increasingly desperate negotiations. The agreement admitted Missouri as a slave state and Maine, which had been part of Massachusetts, as a free state, maintaining the balance. More significantly, it drew a line across the Louisiana Territory at 36 degrees, 30 minutes north latitude. Slavery would be prohibited north of that line, except in Missouri, and permitted south of it. This was, to use the indelicate phrase that fits, kicking the can down the road, drawing a line across the road and hoping the line would hold. The Missouri Compromise held for approximately 30 years, which is not nothing for a political arrangement designed to manage a moral wound. It established that Congress could regulate slavery in the territories. It established that maintaining numerical balance between free and slave states was essential to prevent either section from dominating. This meant that every new state admission would become a crisis requiring fresh negotiation. But it could not address the fundamental problem. Slavery was morally indefensible and economically entrenched. The cotton gin had made cotton cultivation enormously profitable and dramatically increased the demand for enslaved labor in the South. Northern states had gradually abolished slavery, acknowledging its incompatibility with Republican principles, though it should be noted that recognizing something is wrong and caring enough to address it are not the same thing. Northern abolition was gradual enough to avoid economic disruption and provided little direct help to the people actually enslaved. Southern states moved in the opposite direction. They developed elaborate defenses of slavery not merely as a necessary evil, but as a positive good, and built their entire society around enslaved labor. The abolitionist movement emerged in the 1830s, and it was radical in ways that made moderate Americans deeply uncomfortable. William Lloyd Garrison demanded immediate emancipation without compensation to slaveholders, which slaveholders viewed as theft of property, and many Northerners viewed as dangerously unrealistic. Garrison began publishing the Liberator newspaper in 1831, opening with the line, "I will be heard," and proceeded to be heard loudly, angrily, and uncompromisingly for the next 35 years. He condemned the Constitution as a pro-slavery document, which it was. He called for disunion if slavery continued, which was politically incendiary. He was not interested in gradual reform or polite discussion. Other abolitionists focused on helping enslaved people escape through what became known as the Underground Railroad. The name came from railroad terminology: stations, conductors, passengers, applied to a network of safe houses and guides helping people in bondage reach free states or Canada. This was illegal under the Fugitive Slave Act, which required citizens to assist in capturing escaped enslaved people. Participation was an act of civil disobedience that carried genuine personal risk. Harriet Tubman became the most famous conductor on the Underground Railroad, and her story asks something of you simply to hold in mind. Born into slavery in Maryland around 1822, she escaped to Philadelphia in 1849. She had her freedom. She was safe in the North. She could have stayed. Instead, she made approximately 13 trips back into the South over the following decade, personally guiding around 70 enslaved people to freedom, including members of her own family. She carried a pistol, not primarily for self-defense, but to ensure that those she was guiding did not turn back. Once the journey began, the only acceptable outcomes were freedom or capture, and capture meant potential torture and the exposure of the entire network. She never lost a passenger. She operated on the principle that there were only two acceptable outcomes, liberty or death, and she meant it literally. The routes led through border states into the north and frequently continued into Canada, where slavery was prohibited and American fugitive slave laws did not reach. Conductors like Tubman, John Parker, and Levi Coffin, black and white, free and formerly enslaved, risked everything to help strangers reach freedom. The exact number of people who escaped through the network cannot be known, since secrecy was its essential condition. The political compromises continued into the 1840s and 1850s. The territories acquired through the Mexican-American War immediately reopened the slavery question. What would slavery's status be in California, New Mexico, Utah, and the rest of the Mexican Cession? The Wilmot Proviso, proposed in 1846, would have banned slavery in any territory acquired from Mexico. It passed the House, but failed in the Senate, illustrating the dynamic precisely. Northern representatives would vote to restrict slavery when they had the numbers, and the Senate's equal state representation gave the South its veto. California's gold rush created an immediate and urgent version of the same crisis. California needed government quickly and moved to draft a state constitution prohibiting slavery, not from any particular moral conviction, but because white miners did not want to compete with enslaved labor, and California's geography made slavery economically unattractive. Admitting California as a free state would break the Senate balance, 16 free states to 15 slave states. Southern politicians threatened secession. The Compromise of 1850 was Henry Clay's solution, his third and most elaborate attempt to hold the Union together. California was admitted as a free state. The territories of New Mexico and Utah would settle the slavery question through popular sovereignty, allowing territorial settlers to vote on it themselves. The slave trade, though not slavery itself, was abolished in Washington, D.C., ending the embarrassment of slave auctions in the nation's capital. And the Fugitive Slave Act was strengthened dramatically. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 was particularly harsh in its construction. It required federal officials to assist in capturing fugitive enslaved people and imposed penalties on anyone who helped them. It denied accused fugitives the right to testify in their own defense or to receive a jury trial. Their status was determined by special commissioners who received $10 if they ruled someone a fugitive slave, and only $5 if they ruled the person free. This was a perverse financial incentive built directly into the machinery of the law, and the injustice of it was not subtle. The act also permitted slaveholders to seize suspected fugitives in free states and transport them south with minimal legal process. Free black people in the North could be taken and enslaved with almost no legal protection. The Fugitive Slave Act radicalized many previously moderate Northerners. It made them complicit, not merely tolerant of slavery in distant southern states, but actively required to participate in returning human beings to bondage. Some northern states passed personal liberty laws attempting to obstruct the federal act. Many citizens simply refused to cooperate with slave catchers. The act was intended to protect slaveholders' property rights. Instead, it made slavery's cruelty visible in northern streets and forced everyone to take sides. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854 shattered what remained of sectional peace. Senator Stephen Douglas of Illinois proposed organizing the Kansas and Nebraska territories through popular sovereignty on the question of slavery. The difficulty was that Kansas lay north of the 36-30 line drawn by the Missouri Compromise, in territory where slavery had been prohibited for 34 years. The Kansas-Nebraska Act explicitly repealed that provision. Southern politicians supported it because it opened new territory to slavery. Douglas supported it because he wanted a transcontinental railroad running through Illinois and needed Southern votes to accomplish it. Northern opponents saw it as a betrayal of settled law and evidence that the slave power intended to expand aggressively rather than remain within its traditional limits. The act passed in May 1854, Kansas immediately became a battleground. Pro-slavery settlers from Missouri and anti-slavery settlers from New England rushed into Kansas simultaneously, each side trying to gain enough population to control the territorial legislature and win the popular sovereignty vote. Both sides brought weapons. Missouri border ruffians crossed into Kansas to vote illegally in territorial elections, install pro-slavery legislatures, and intimidate free soil settlers. Anti-slavery settlers established their own towns, formed their own government, and prepared to fight. Violence escalated through 1855 and 1856. The pro-slavery territorial legislature, elected through fraud, passed laws making it a crime to question slavery or help escaped enslaved people. Free soil settlers refused to recognize the legislature and established their own free state government in Topeka. Kansas now had two competing governments, both claiming legitimacy, both armed, both convinced they were defending liberty, and each with a very different definition of what liberty meant. In May 1856, pro-slavery forces sacked Lawrence, Kansas, a free soil stronghold, burning buildings and destroying printing presses. In retaliation, John Brown, an abolitionist who believed slavery was evil and that violence against slaveholders was righteous, led a group that included his sons to Pottawatomie Creek and murdered 5 pro-slavery settlers. This was terrorism in the service of ending slavery, and it raises questions about means and ends that do not resolve themselves easily. The Pottawatomie massacre escalated the violence further. Raids, counter-raids, and guerrilla warfare made Kansas genuinely dangerous. Bleeding Kansas became a national symbol. It demonstrated that popular sovereignty was unworkable when both sides would rather fight than accept the other's victory. It showed that the slavery question could not be resolved through democratic means, because neither side would accept a democratic outcome they lost. The violence reached the Senate chamber itself in May 1856. Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts delivered a speech called The Crime Against Kansas, condemning pro-slavery forces and personally insulting Senator Andrew Butler of South Carolina. Butler's nephew, Representative Preston Brooks, took offense. Several days later, he entered the Senate chamber and beat Sumner nearly to death with a cane. Sumner did not return to the Senate for 3 years while recovering from his injuries. Brooks was celebrated in the South. Supporters sent him new canes. That is the detail that stays with you. Not just that a senator was beaten unconscious in the Capitol, but that people mailed the attacker replacement canes as a gesture of approval. The Dred Scott decision of 1857 made an already deteriorating situation worse. Dred Scott was an enslaved man who sued for his freedom, arguing that his residence in free territory had made him free. The case reached the Supreme Court. Chief Justice Roger Taney, a pro-slavery Democrat from Maryland, wrote an opinion that was both legally aggressive and morally catastrophic. The court ruled that black people, whether enslaved or free, were not and could never be citizens of the United States, and therefore had no standing to sue in federal court. Taney went further. He declared that Congress had no power to prohibit slavery in the territories. The Missouri Compromise had been unconstitutional from the beginning. Popular sovereignty was similarly questionable, since it would mean territorial legislatures doing what Congress itself could not do. Taney wrote, in the opinion, that black people had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. He wrote it plainly, in an official ruling of the Supreme Court of the United States. The Dred Scott decision radicalized Northern opinion by demonstrating that the Southern slave power was not content to remain within its existing boundaries. It declared that slavery could expand anywhere, that Congress could not stop it, that the legal protections of American citizenship did not extend to black Americans at all. The rope that had been pulling taut for decades had almost run out of slack. There is a moment in the middle of a long war when the geography of a country begins to feel like the war itself. Rivers become strategies. Towns become objectives. A hilltop becomes the reason 20,000 men will die this week. The United States had reached that moment by the autumn of 1859. It began, in a way, with a man named John Brown. Brown had already made himself known in Kansas, where he had moved through the bleeding territory like a weather event, leaving violence behind him. By October 1859, he had a new plan, larger in ambition, more catastrophic in result. He intended to start a slave rebellion. To do this, he and roughly 20 followers, several of them his own sons, raided the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. The idea was to seize the weapons stored there and distribute them to enslaved people, triggering a general uprising. Brown expected, apparently sincerely, that enslaved people across the region would hear what was happening and spontaneously rise to join him. Most enslaved people in the area did not even know the raid was taking place. Those who did know had a clearer understanding than Brown of what survival required. Federal troops arrived to surround the arsenal. Their commander was a man named Robert E. Lee, currently serving the United States government, the same government he would later take up arms against. On October 18th, Lee's forces stormed the arsenal. Brown and his surviving followers were captured. Several of his men had been killed, including 2 of his sons. Brown was tried quickly for treason against Virginia. He was convicted. He was hanged in December 1859. Before his execution, he wrote a final statement predicting that the crimes of slavery could only be purged with blood. That turned out to be accurate. The raid itself accomplished nothing in a military sense. It was over in 36 hours. No general uprising came close to occurring. Brown was dead, and the arsenal was back in federal hands. But what the raid accomplished in the imagination of the South was something else entirely. If abolitionists were willing to attempt armed insurrection, what would stop them from trying again? Southern politicians and newspapers declared that Brown represented mainstream Northern opinion, that Republicans secretly supported violent abolition, that the South was under siege from Northern aggression. This was paranoid exaggeration. Fear, though, has never required accuracy to carry political weight. The North's response was complicated. Most Northern politicians condemned the raid as criminal and probably delusional, but many also expressed sympathy for Brown's goals, if not his methods. Some openly admired his willingness to die for his principles. Ralph Waldo Emerson called him a martyr. In some Northern towns, church bells rang on the day of his execution. To Southerners, this was not a nuance. It was a signal. The North, they believed, would not be satisfied until slavery was destroyed by any means necessary. Whatever its accuracy, that belief would shape everything that followed. The presidential election of 1860 arrived into this atmosphere. You are standing in a Southern city in the autumn of that year. The air has the particular weight of late October, a little smoke from somewhere, leaves drying on the ground. Men are gathered in front of a newspaper office. The headline is about the election. The voices around you are not quiet. By 1860, the Democratic Party had cracked along its seam. Northern Democrats nominated Stephen Douglas. Southern Democrats, refusing to accept his candidacy, nominated John C. Breckinridge. A third group, former Whigs and moderate conservatives who had not yet given up on the idea that reason might still prevail, formed the Constitutional Union Party and nominated John Bell. Their platform was, in essence, to preserve the Union and avoid the slavery question entirely. This was an optimistic position, given that the slavery question was the only thing anyone was actually thinking about. The Republican Party, formed in the 1850s specifically in opposition to slavery's expansion, nominated Abraham Lincoln of Illinois. Lincoln was a moderate by Republican standards. He opposed the expansion of slavery into new territories, but he promised not to interfere with it in the states where it already existed. He was not calling for immediate emancipation. He was a politician proposing to contain slavery geographically and allow it to expire over time, gradually, naturally, without direct confrontation. To the South, this distinction did not matter. Any restriction on slavery was an existential threat. The Southern economy depended on it. Southern society was built on a racial hierarchy enforced by enslavement. Southern political power required slavery's expansion to maintain the sectional balance in Congress. Southern politicians declared that Lincoln's election would be cause for secession. They meant it. The message was clear. Elect this man, and the Union ends. Northern voters elected him anyway. He received 40% of the popular vote, a plurality in a four-way race, enough to carry the Northern states and win the Electoral College. He did not receive a single electoral vote from the South. He was not even on the ballot in most Southern states. South Carolina seceded in December 1860, before Lincoln had even taken office. The state's formal declaration of the immediate causes of secession stated explicitly that the election of a president whose opinions and purposes are hostile to slavery was sufficient cause for leaving the Union. Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas followed by February 1861. These 7 states formed the Confederate States of America. They elected Jefferson Davis as president. They began seizing federal property within their borders, forts, arsenals, customs houses, acting as though they were already an independent nation. And the declarations they issued explaining their reasons were, in retrospect, remarkably candid. Mississippi's declaration stated that their position is thoroughly identified with the institution of slavery. Georgia's declaration complained about northern states interfering with slavery and failing to return fugitive slaves. Texas's declaration defended slavery as beneficent and patriarchal, and complained about northern politicians who proclaimed what it called the debasing doctrine of equality of all men irrespective of race or color. These were not states leaving over abstract constitutional principles. They were not leaving over tariffs. They left to protect slavery from any restriction whatsoever. 4 more slave states waited. Virginia, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Tennessee each had significant Unionist populations, and each hoped that some compromise might still be found. But when Confederate forces fired on Fort Sumter in April 1861 and Lincoln called for troops to suppress the rebellion, these states faced a binary choice. They could provide soldiers to fight against the Confederacy, or they could join it. They joined it. The Confederacy now comprised 11 states. 4 slave states remained in the Union despite everything. Delaware, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri each had slavery and significant pro-Confederate sympathy, but each stayed. These border states were not a sideshow. If Maryland had left, Washington, D.C. would have been surrounded by Confederate territory. Lincoln worked hard, sometimes ruthlessly, to keep them loyal, including suspending habeas corpus and arresting Confederate sympathizers. Whether that was constitutionally justifiable is a question that was argued at the time and has been argued since. That it was politically necessary is harder to dispute. What the secession crisis revealed, in the end, was that the compromises of the previous decades had not solved anything. They had only postponed. Each arrangement had bought time by raising the stakes and hardening positions, so that each new crisis arrived more dangerous than the last. By 1860, the 2 sections were speaking entirely different political languages. The North saw slavery as morally wrong and economically backward, something that would die if only it could be contained. The South saw slavery as morally justified and economically essential, something that required room to expand, or it could not survive. Neither side would compromise anymore. Compromise felt like surrender of something that could not be surrendered. The generation that founded the United States had known, many of them, that slavery was incompatible with the principles they were declaring. They had compromised with it in order to form the Union, and they had assumed, or hoped, that it would gradually disappear on its own, that economic forces or moral progress would eventually resolve the problem without anyone having to force a confrontation. They were wrong. Slavery did not disappear. It expanded. It became more deeply entrenched. The compromises did not release pressure. They built it. And there is something quietly sorrowful about that, if you sit with it. A generation of genuinely brilliant men, building something they believed in, leaving behind them a problem they could not bring themselves to solve, hoping the future would be kinder than the present. The future was not kinder. By April 1861, when Confederate artillery opened on Fort Sumter, the United States faced its deepest crisis. The questions being asked were not rhetorical. Could a nation founded on liberty survive when half its population was enslaved? Could a federal union hold when states claimed the right to leave it? Could democracy function when the majority in one section fundamentally disagreed with the majority in the other about the nation's most basic values? These questions would not be answered through debate. They would be answered through 4 years of war that would kill more Americans than all other American wars combined, and change the country completely. When Lincoln took office in March 1861, 7 states had already left, formed a government, and were treating themselves as a separate nation. He faced a situation with no clean options. Recognize Confederate independence and accept the dissolution of everything the country had been, or insist on federal authority and almost certainly start a war. He tried to thread the needle. He declared secession illegal and unconstitutional. He promised not to interfere with slavery where it already existed. He avoided military actions that might push more states out of the Union. It was politically sophisticated. It was also futile, because both sides had already decided that further compromise was indistinguishable from defeat. The moment of rupture came at Fort Sumter, a federal installation sitting in the harbor of Charleston, South Carolina. The garrison there was running low on supplies. Lincoln announced he would send ships with food and provisions, not reinforcements, not weapons, just supplies. This placed the Confederacy in an uncomfortable position. Allow the supplies through and implicitly accept federal authority over a fort inside Confederate territory, or fire on the ships and start a war. Confederate leaders chose to fire, perhaps calculating that striking first would unite the South, or even draw European recognition. On April 12, 1861, Confederate forces under General P.G.T. Beauregard began bombarding Fort Sumter. Beauregard had been an artillery instructor at West Point. Many of the Union officers he would now face in combat had been his students. This war was going to be intimate with grief in ways nobody had fully reckoned with yet. The bombardment lasted 34 hours. The fort's commander, Major Robert Anderson, returned fire, but he was outgunned and surrounded on every side. The bombardment caused no deaths on either side. The only casualty of the Fort Sumter engagement came during the surrender ceremony afterward, when a cannon exploded during a salute and killed a Union soldier. There is something almost unbearably strange about that. The first death of the Civil War happened not in battle, but in ceremony, a moment of formality gone wrong. Anderson surrendered on April 13th. The Civil War had begun. Lincoln called for 75,000 volunteers to suppress what he called a rebellion. That call for troops prompted Virginia, Arkansas, North Carolina, and Tennessee to secede rather than send soldiers to fight against other southern states. The Confederacy now stood at 11 states, with a combined population of roughly 9 million, including nearly 4 million enslaved people. The Union held 22 states and approximately 22 million people. The North had enormous advantages in population, industrial capacity, railroad networks, and naval power. The South had skilled military leadership, the defensive advantage of fighting on home ground, and a strategy that did not require them to conquer anyone. They simply had to survive long enough for the North to grow tired. Both sides expected a short war. Northerners believed their superior numbers and resources would crush the rebellion quickly, one major victory, a march to Richmond, and it would be over. Southerners believed Northern industrial workers and merchants lacked the will to fight, that a single defeat would send them home, or that European need for Southern cotton would bring British and French intervention on the Confederacy's behalf. Everyone was wrong. This would be a long and industrialized war, one that introduced trench warfare, railroad logistics, telegraph communication, and casualty figures that left an entire generation struggling to understand what it had witnessed. The Union's strategy took shape under General Winfield Scott, the same Winfield Scott who had captured Mexico City in 1847 and was now in his mid-70s, too infirm to lead men in the field but still clear-eyed enough to think about the larger picture. His plan, which became known as the Anaconda Plan, called for a naval blockade of southern ports to cut off exports and imports, control of the Mississippi River to split the Confederacy in two, and a gradual tightening of pressure that would squeeze the South into submission without requiring massive frontal assaults. It was sound strategy. It was also politically difficult, because it promised slow and grinding success rather than the dramatic victory that politicians and newspapers were demanding. The Confederacy's strategy was simpler: defend, survive, make the war expensive enough that Northern public opinion would eventually turn against it. A democratic government, after all, generally struggles to sustain a long and costly war that does not directly threaten national survival. If the Confederacy could hold out long enough, a Northern presidential election might bring a peace candidate to power who would negotiate Confederate independence. The first major battle came in July 1861 at Bull Run Creek near Manassas, Virginia, about 30 miles from Washington. Two inexperienced armies faced each other, the Union forces under Irvin McDowell, the Confederates under Beauregard and Joseph Johnston. The battle was expected by many to be decisive and swift. Civilians from Washington traveled out to watch it, bringing picnic lunches, expecting a spectacle. That detail says everything about how little anyone understood what modern warfare was about to become. The battle began well enough for the Union, but Confederate reinforcements arrived by railroad, the first time trains had been used to move troops for strategic purposes in any war. Confederate General Thomas Jackson earned the nickname Stonewall that afternoon, holding a defensive position against Union pressure with enough steadiness that his stand became legend. By late afternoon, the Union attack had stalled. When Confederate forces counterattacked, the Union lines broke. The retreat became a rout. Soldiers and civilians fled back toward Washington together, clogging the roads, abandoning equipment, leaving behind any illusion that this would be a brief and painless affair. The Confederates were too disorganized to pursue effectively, but Bull Run was a humiliating defeat, and its lesson was absorbed. This would not be quick. Both sides began raising and training larger armies. The Union appointed George B. McClellan to command the Army of the Potomac, the principal Union force in the Eastern Theater. McClellan was a genuinely gifted organizer. He took raw recruits and built them into something that looked and moved like a real army. He understood logistics, training, discipline. He was also deeply, almost constitutionally reluctant to commit that army to battle. He consistently overestimated enemy strength. He found reasons to wait, to prepare further, to ensure conditions were more favorable before advancing. Lincoln grew increasingly frustrated. At one point, Lincoln asked, with the particular weariness of a man who had run out of patience, whether he might borrow the army if McClellan was not planning to use it. Through 1862, the Eastern Theater became a study in Union frustration. McClellan finally moved toward Richmond in the spring, transporting his army by sea to the Virginia Peninsula and approaching the Confederate capital from the southeast. It showed strategic imagination. It moved with such caution that the Confederates had ample time to concentrate their forces. In the 7 days battles of June and July 1862, Confederate General Robert E. Lee, who had been offered command of Union forces and declined in order to fight for Virginia, attacked McClellan's army again and again, forcing it to retreat despite the Union holding superior numbers. Lee was everything McClellan was not: aggressive, willing to divide his forces in ways that violated conventional doctrine, always looking for the engagement that would destroy the enemy completely. He attacked when doctrine said to defend. He defended when doctrine said to retreat. He broke the rules consistently enough and successfully enough that he became the figure the Confederacy organized its hope around. His aggression cost Confederate forces casualties they could not afford to replace over time. But it also kept Richmond safe and the Army of the Potomac off balance for 3 years. In August 1862, Lee defeated another Union force at Second Bull Run, on almost the same ground as the first. In September, he invaded Maryland, hoping that a victory on Union soil might bring foreign recognition or at least encourage Northern Democrats who favored peace. The invasion ended at Antietam on September 17, 1862. Roughly 23,000 casualties fell across both armies in a single day. It remains the bloodiest single day in American military history. The battle was technically a draw. Both armies were too damaged to continue, but Lee retreated back to Virginia, and that retreat made it a strategic Union victory. McClellan, with characteristic restraint, declined to pursue and destroy Lee's army despite having the opportunity to do so. Lincoln's patience finally ran out. McClellan was removed from command. While the Virginia campaigns absorbed most of the public attention, the Western theater was, in strategic terms, more important. Union forces under Ulysses S. Grant pushed into Tennessee in early 1862, capturing Fort Henry and Fort Donelson and opening routes into the Confederate interior. At Shiloh in April 1862, Confederate forces under Albert Sidney Johnston surprised Grant's army and nearly drove it into the Tennessee River before Union reinforcements arrived and reversed the battle. The combined casualties at Shiloh, roughly 24,000, were a shock. Nothing in American experience had suggested that a single engagement could cost this much. Grant's approach in the West was consistent and unglamorous: apply pressure, force Confederate armies to fight or retreat, accept losses and keep moving. He was not brilliant in the way Lee was brilliant. He did not seek the elegant stroke. He understood that the Union's advantages in manpower and resources meant they could sustain losses the Confederacy could not, and he proceeded from that understanding without sentiment. The most consequential Western campaign was the siege of Vicksburg, Mississippi, which sat on a commanding bluff above a crucial stretch of the Mississippi River. Grant spent months, from 1862 into 1863, trying different approaches, digging canals, attacking from multiple directions, refusing to concede failure. Finally, in the spring of 1863, he marched his army down the western bank of the Mississippi, crossed below Vicksburg, deliberately cut his own supply lines, and moved inland, living off the land, defeating Confederate forces in the field before closing around Vicksburg from the rear. Military doctrine said you did not sever your own supply lines. Grant understood that speed and momentum mattered more than doctrine. The siege of Vicksburg ran from May to July 1863. Inside the city, the Confederate garrison and the civilian population endured constant bombardment, hunger, and disease. They ate horses, then mules, eventually rats. People dug caves into the hillsides to escape the artillery. On July 4, 1863, Confederate Commander John Pemberton surrendered the garrison, approximately 30,000 men. Days later, Port Hudson fell as well, giving the Union complete control of the Mississippi River and cutting the Confederacy in half. The Anaconda Plan had achieved one of its central objectives. July 4, 1863, carries a second weight in the history of this war. It was the day after the Battle of Gettysburg ended. Lee had invaded the North again in June 1863, partly to relieve pressure on Vicksburg, partly hoping that another victory on Union soil would persuade the North to negotiate peace. The two armies collided at Gettysburg, in southern Pennsylvania, on July 1st. Neither side had intended to fight there exactly, but the battle grew as both commanders committed more troops, the way fires sometimes grow before anyone has decided to let them. The first day went to the Confederates, who pushed Union forces back through the town to defensive positions on Cemetery Hill and Cemetery Ridge. On July 2nd, Lee attacked both Union flanks, achieving partial success, but failing to break the Union lines. At a place called Little Round Top, a Maine regiment under Colonel Joshua Chamberlain held the extreme left of the Union position against repeated Confederate assaults, and when they ran out of ammunition, Chamberlain ordered a charge downhill. Whether that was heroism or desperation is probably not a distinction that matters much when you are out of bullets and men are coming up the hill. On July 3rd, Lee ordered a massive frontal assault on the center of the Union line. Approximately 12,500 Confederate soldiers walked across 3/4 of a mile of open ground, under artillery fire and then rifle fire, toward Union positions on Cemetery Ridge. This assault, which history would call Pickett's Charge after one of its division commanders, George Pickett, violated every principle of attacking fortified positions across open ground. Lee believed his army capable of anything. The assault failed catastrophically. Nearly half the attacking force was killed, wounded, or captured. Lee accepted responsibility and prepared to retreat. Gettysburg cost both armies roughly 51,000 combined casualties over 3 days, including approximately 7,000 dead. Lee's army withdrew to Virginia and never again possessed the strength to carry the war into Northern territory. The battle was a turning point, though not the decisive end that later mythology sometimes made it appear. The Confederacy could still fight, but it could no longer win. The question that remained was only how long it would take, and how many more would die in the interval. Lincoln had understood something that military victory alone could not accomplish. Winning battles would restore the Union, but ending slavery permanently required changing the war's stated purpose. In September 1862, in the aftermath of Antietam, Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, declaring that on January 1st, 1863, all enslaved people in states still in rebellion would be considered free. The legal limits of the proclamation were real. It did not free enslaved people in the border states. It did not apply to Confederate-held territory already under Union control, because Lincoln's authority as commander-in-chief extended only to areas actively in rebellion. But it transformed the meaning of the war. What had been a struggle to restore the Union became, formally and officially, a war for human freedom. The effects moved in several directions at once. The proclamation made it far more difficult for Britain or France to ally themselves openly with the Confederacy, since both nations had already abolished slavery and could not comfortably be seen defending a government built to preserve it. It encouraged enslaved people to escape to Union lines, which undermined the Confederate economy and labor force in ways that compounded over time. And it opened the door for black men to enlist in the Union Army. They enlisted in large numbers. By the war's end, approximately 180,000 black men had served in the Union Army, roughly 10% of total Union forces. They served in segregated units, under white officers in most cases, receiving lower pay than white soldiers, and facing the threat of execution or re-enslavement if captured by Confederate forces. Some Confederate commanders refused to take black prisoners at all. The 54th Massachusetts Infantry, whose white officers included Colonel Robert Goode Shaw, became particularly well known for its assault on Fort Wagner in July 1863, where Shaw was killed leading the charge. Black soldiers fought in numerous engagements throughout the war, suffering disproportionate casualties under conditions that were already brutal. The fact of their service, and what it cost them, made their claim to citizenship and equality very difficult to dismiss, though a great many white Americans would spend the following century attempting to do exactly that. In March 1864, Lincoln appointed Grant as General-in-Chief of all Union armies. Grant's strategy was direct: simultaneous pressure on all fronts, preventing Confederate armies from shifting forces to meet individual threats, and continuous offensive operations designed to wear down Confederate capacity to resist. The Union could replace its losses. The Confederacy could not. Grant intended to make that arithmetic matter. It would cost him his reputation in the newspapers, which called him the Butcher. But it would work. Grant moved with the Army of the Potomac into Virginia in the spring of 1864. The fighting that followed, through the wilderness, at Spotsylvania, at Cold Harbor, cost tens of thousands of casualties without producing the decisive engagement that either side could point to as a turning point. But unlike every Union commander before him, Grant did not retreat after each engagement. He moved south and east, sliding toward Richmond, forcing Lee to follow to stretch to keep himself between Grant and the Confederate capital. This overland campaign, from May to June 1864, accomplished what previous Virginia campaigns had not. It pinned Lee's army in place. Lee could no longer maneuver. By June 1864, Grant had Lee under siege at Petersburg, south of Richmond. This was not a siege in the old sense, walls and towers and drawbridges. It was a network of trenches, earthworks and fortifications stretching for miles, resembling in its detail and its misery something the world would not have a name for until the Western Front half a century later. The armies settled in for 9 months. Both sides dug. Both sides raided. Men died by small increments in the dirt. While Grant held Lee at Petersburg, General William Tecumseh Sherman was moving through Georgia. Sherman commanded roughly 100,000 men against Confederate forces initially under Joseph Johnston. Through the spring and summer of 1864, Sherman maneuvered and fought through northern Georgia, pressing Johnston back through constant flanking movements. Johnston was a skillful defensive commander, but he kept retreating, and Confederate President Jefferson Davis replaced him with John Bell Hood, who was more aggressive and less careful. Hood attacked Sherman's forces 3 times in July 1864 around Atlanta and lost all 3 engagements, suffering losses the Confederacy could not absorb. Sherman besieged Atlanta. Hood evacuated the city on September 1, 1864. The fall of Atlanta mattered for reasons beyond its industrial and transportation value, which were real and significant. Lincoln's re-election in November 1864 had been genuinely uncertain through the summer. Northern war weariness had grown heavy. The Democrats had nominated George McClellan on a peace platform. Atlanta's fall changed the emotional weather of the North. It re-energized support for the war and secured Lincoln's re-election, which meant the war would continue until Confederate surrender rather than negotiated settlement. After taking Atlanta, Sherman proposed something audacious. He would abandon his supply lines entirely, march his army of approximately 60,000 men across Georgia to the Atlantic coast, living off the land as they went and systematically destroying Confederate infrastructure along the way. Grant approved. In November 1864, Sherman's army began what would become known as the March to the Sea. They cut a path roughly 60 miles wide through Georgia to Savannah, destroying railroads, burning mills and warehouses, confiscating livestock, and freeing enslaved people as they moved. The orders distinguished between military targets and private property, but discipline broke down, and the march became destructive well beyond military necessity. Sherman's philosophy was that war should be felt, that civilian populations whose support sustained the rebellion should experience its consequences, that destroying the South's will to continue fighting was as legitimate an objective as defeating its armies. This was total war, directed not only at soldiers, but at economic capacity and civilian morale alike. Sherman's army reached Savannah in December 1864. He sent Lincoln a message presenting the city as a Christmas gift. Then he turned north into the Carolinas in early 1865, continuing the destruction, demonstrating in the most concrete terms possible that the Confederacy could no longer protect its own people or its own ground. By the spring of 1865, the end was not in doubt, only its timing. Sherman was moving north. Grant had Lee pinned at Petersburg. Confederate armies across the South were collapsing or dissolving as soldiers went home because they were not being paid or fed. The Confederate economy had failed. The government was printing currency that no one trusted. Civilians were going hungry. In April 1865, Grant broke through the defenses at Petersburg. Lee evacuated and moved west with what remained of his army, roughly 30,000 men, exhausted and hungry and shrinking by the day through desertion. Lee's objective was North Carolina, where remaining Confederate forces might be reached. Union cavalry and infantry blocked his path. Grant's forces pursued without pause. And somewhere in those last miles, in the mud of a Virginia spring, the arithmetic that Grant had always understood finally arrived at its conclusion. The numbers had never been on the Confederacy's side. The question had only been how long it would take the numbers to tell. There is a place in Virginia, not far from a small town called Appomattox, where on a quiet April morning in 1865 two men sat down across from each other and, with a few signatures on paper, ended 4 years of killing. Ulysses Grant had surrounded Robert E. Lee's army. There was nowhere left for it to go. And so, on the 9th of April, 1865, Lee surrendered. The terms Grant offered were generous, almost surprisingly so. Confederate soldiers would be paroled rather than imprisoned. Officers could keep their sidearms. Soldiers who owned horses, and many did, farm horses, working animals, could take them home for the spring planting. Grant wanted reconciliation. He wanted the thing to end. His terms reflected that with a kind of quiet dignity. The surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia effectively ended the Civil War, though other Confederate forces continued fighting through the following weeks. The last Confederate army, in Texas, laid down its arms in May of 1865. Jefferson Davis was captured while fleeing south and was imprisoned. He was never tried for treason. He simply outlived the nation he had tried to build. The Confederacy ceased to exist. Its armies defeated, its government dissolved, its cause, the preservation of slavery and the establishment of an independent slave-holding republic, lost, completely and permanently lost. The war had lasted 4 years, from April 1861 to April 1865. About 620,000 soldiers died, roughly 360,000 Union and 260,000 Confederate, though those numbers are estimates and the true total may have been higher. More Americans died in the Civil War than in all other American wars combined, up until the Second World War. Roughly 1 in 4 soldiers who served became a casualty. Killed, wounded, or dead from disease. Think about what that means for a moment. 1 in 4. Almost every family in America had lost someone or knew someone who had been killed. Entire communities were simply hollowed out. The South's economy was destroyed, its infrastructure in ruins, its social order built on the labor of enslaved people, abolished. The Civil War was the central event in American history, the crisis that tested whether the nation would survive and what it would become. It resolved by force the questions that politics had never managed to answer. The Union was indissoluble, states could not secede, and slavery would be abolished. The 13th Amendment, ratified in December of 1865, permanently ended slavery throughout the United States, fulfilling and completing what the Emancipation Proclamation had begun. 4 million formerly enslaved people were now legally free. What that freedom would mean in practice, that was a question the amendment alone could not answer. The war also settled, finally and firmly, the question of federal supremacy. After 1865, No one seriously argued that states could nullify federal law or simply leave the Union. The war had demonstrated that industrial warfare was horrifyingly efficient at killing, introducing tactics and technologies that would shape every conflict that followed. And it created a legacy of bitterness and division that would take generations to overcome, if indeed it ever fully has been overcome. That last part, I find myself pausing there. Lincoln didn't live to see the post-war reconciliation he had hoped for. On the 14th of April, 1865, just 5 days after Lee's surrender, he was shot at Ford's Theater in Washington by John Wilkes Booth, a Confederate sympathizer who believed that killing Lincoln would somehow revive the Confederate cause. It didn't. It just deprived the nation of the leader best positioned to guide it through what came next. Lincoln died on the morning of April 15th. He became a martyr, and the complex, delicate, enormous work of reuniting the country passed to less capable hands. You are sitting in a Washington boarding house on the morning of April 15th, 1865. The room is cold. Someone down the hall is crying, and you can hear it through the wall. Outside, the street is very quiet. The war is over. The president is dead. You are not sure yet what the country is. Then the narrator resumes, and the morning continues. The Civil War had preserved the Union and ended slavery. These were monumental achievements, but they arrived trailing enormous, unanswered questions. How would 4 million formerly enslaved people transition to freedom? How would 11 rebellious states be reintegrated into the Union? Would Confederate leaders be punished or pardoned? Would the federal government protect the rights of freed people? Or would it step aside while Southern states rebuilt something that looked, in practice, a great deal like slavery under a different name? These questions would define the era known as Reconstruction. And the answers, or the failures to adequately answer, would shape American society for the next century and beyond. Freedom without resources, without education, without political power, that kind of freedom is very light. It doesn't weigh much. 11 states had rebelled and been defeated, but they still existed, still had populations, and would eventually rejoin the Union with full representation in Congress. The question was on what terms. Lincoln had favored a relatively lenient Reconstruction. His plan offered pardons to most Confederates who took loyalty oaths, and allowed states to rejoin the Union once 10% of their 1860 voters had sworn loyalty. It was politically pragmatic, but it didn't address what would happen to freed people or whether Confederate leaders would face any consequences at all. Radical Republicans in Congress wanted something harsher. They believed the Confederate states had forfeited their rights through rebellion, and that Reconstruction should fundamentally transform Southern society, guarantee black civil rights, punish Confederate leadership, and make real the promise of emancipation. Lincoln's assassination in April of 1865 meant we would never know how his version of Reconstruction would have worked. The task fell instead to Andrew Johnson, a Tennessee Democrat who had remained loyal to the Union and had been placed on Lincoln's 1864 ticket to appeal to border state Unionists and war Democrats. It seemed, at the time, like a sensible choice. It was a catastrophic one. Johnson was a white supremacist. He believed Reconstruction should be swift, lenient toward former Confederates, and entirely without federal protection for black rights. He was also stubborn, politically incompetent, and almost constitutionally drawn to confrontation with a Congress controlled by Republicans who disagreed with essentially everything he wanted to do. Johnson implemented his Reconstruction plan in 1865 while Congress was out of session. He offered broad pardons to Confederates. He allowed Southern states to hold elections and form governments. He required only that they ratify the 13th Amendment, abolishing slavery. The minimum, just the minimum. Southern states complied with that minimum, and then immediately passed what were called Black Codes. laws designed to restrict black freedom and to recreate, in everything but name, the conditions of slavery. These codes varied by state, but their purpose was consistent. They prohibited black people from owning firearms. They restricted movement. They imposed harsh vagrancy laws that could force unemployed black people into labor contracts with white employers. They treated freedom as narrowly as possible, while technically staying within the 13th Amendment. Mississippi's Black Code required black people to carry written evidence of employment each January, or face arrest for vagrancy and be hired out to white employers. Black children without adequate parental support could be apprenticed, preferably to their former owners. Interracial marriage was prohibited. This was freedom in name only. A legal architecture designed to maintain white supremacy and black subordination, while avoiding the word slavery. When Congress reconvened in December of 1865, Republicans were furious. They refused to seat representatives from former Confederate states and established the Joint Committee on Reconstruction to develop their own plan. What followed was 2 years of bitter political war between Congress and the president. Congress passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, granting citizenship to all persons born in the United States and guaranteeing equal protection under law. Johnson vetoed it, arguing it was unconstitutional federal overreach. Congress overrode his veto. The first time Congress had overridden a presidential veto on significant legislation. Then Congress passed the 14th Amendment in 1866 and sent it to the states for ratification. The amendment defined citizenship to include formerly enslaved people. It guaranteed equal protection under law. It threatened to reduce congressional representation for states that denied voting rights to adult male citizens, a somewhat roundabout way of pressuring Southern states to allow black men to vote. It also prohibited former Confederate officials from holding federal or state office, unless Congress specifically pardoned them. Southern states, encouraged by Johnson, rejected the 14th Amendment. This convinced Republicans that the lenient approach had failed entirely, and that more aggressive federal intervention was the only path forward. In 1867, Congress passed the Reconstruction Acts over Johnson's vetoes. The South was divided into 5 military districts under Army control. Southern states were required to write new constitutions guaranteeing black male suffrage, ratify the 14th Amendment, and hold elections in which black men could vote. Only then would states be readmitted, and only then would military rule end. This was radical Reconstruction. Federal military power used to transform a society and guarantee civil rights. It was unprecedented federal intervention in state affairs. And it worked, at least for a while. Southern states wrote new constitutions that were, in many ways, more democratic than anything they had had before the war. They established public school systems. They reformed taxation. They guaranteed civil rights. Black men voted in large numbers. They elected black representatives to state legislatures and to Congress. They participated in government for the first time in American history. Between 1868 and 1876, 16 black men served in Congress, 2 senators and 14 representatives. Hundreds more served in state legislatures, as local officials, as judges, as sheriffs. Former slaves, holding political office in the states that had enslaved them just years earlier. These officials worked to establish public schools, secure civil rights, and rebuild infrastructure across devastated states. They faced white resistance, limited resources, and the enormous difficulty of governing economies that had been purposefully destroyed. But they achieved real reforms in the brief period when they had political power and the protection of federal troops. The 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, prohibited states from denying voting rights based on race, color, or previous condition of servitude. This was the last of the 3 Reconstruction Amendments, and it seemed to secure black male suffrage permanently. Though notably, it did not guarantee voting rights for women of any race, and the women's suffrage movement fractured over whether to support the amendment without that inclusion, or to oppose it for precisely that exclusion. Meanwhile, the conflict between Congress and President Johnson had reached a kind of desperate crescendo. The House impeached Johnson in 1868, formally for violating the Tenure of Office Act, a law of genuinely dubious constitutionality that prohibited the president from removing certain office holders without Senate consent. But the impeachment was really about Johnson's obstruction of Reconstruction, rather than any technical violation of law. The Senate tried Johnson. The vote was 35 guilty, 19 not guilty. 36 votes were needed to remove him from office. 7 Republican senators voted to acquit, believing that removing a president over policy disagreements, rather than clear crimes, would set a dangerous precedent. Johnson served out his term, politically neutered, and did not seek re-election. Ulysses S. Grant won the presidency in 1868, defeating Democrat Horatio Seymour in an election where black votes in the South were crucial to Grant's victory. Grant genuinely supported Reconstruction and black rights. His presidency focused on enforcing Reconstruction policy, suppressing white supremacist violence, and attempting to protect freed people from a South that had no intention of accepting the outcome of the war without a very long, very bitter fight. White Southern resistance to Reconstruction took many forms: political opposition, economic pressure, and outright terrorism. The Ku Klux Klan, founded in 1866 in Tennessee, became the most visible instrument of that terrorism. White men, often former Confederate soldiers, wearing robes and hoods, riding at night, intimidating black voters, murdering black political leaders, attacking white Republicans who supported Reconstruction. Their goal was to restore white supremacy through fear and violence, and their tactics were brutally effective. They whipped, tortured, and murdered black people who voted or tried to exercise civil rights. They burned schools and churches. They attacked political meetings and killed elected officials. If black people understood that voting or political participation might mean a nighttime visit from the Klan, many would simply stop participating. That was the goal. Congress responded with the Enforcement Acts of 1870 and 1871, also called the Ku Klux Klan Acts. These made it a federal crime to interfere with voting rights or to deprive people of constitutional rights through violence. The acts gave the president the power to suspend habeas corpus and use military force. Grant used those powers. He sent federal troops to South Carolina and other states, arrested hundreds of Klan members, and secured some convictions. The federal campaign against the Klan was partially successful. Overt Klan violence decreased. Some black voters gained a temporary measure of safety. But the campaign required sustained federal commitment, sustained resources, sustained political will, and Northern support for Reconstruction was quietly draining away. The Northern public was tired of military occupation of the South, tired of the expense of Reconstruction, increasingly willing to believe Southern white claims that black people were incapable of self-government and that Reconstruction was nothing but corrupt tyranny perpetrated by carpetbaggers, scalawags, and ignorant former slaves. That narrative was fundamentally false. Reconstruction governments were no more corrupt than governments in the North, and considerably less corrupt than antebellum Southern governments had been. But the narrative served a purpose. It discredited Reconstruction. It justified its abandonment. Northern newspapers and politicians increasingly described Reconstruction as a failed experiment in racial equality, rather than as a noble effort being deliberately undermined by Southern violence and Northern unwillingness to sustain it. The Panic of 1873, a severe economic depression, shifted Northern attention away from Southern Reconstruction entirely. Democrats gained control of the House in the 1874 elections, ending Republican dominance and making further Reconstruction legislation nearly impossible. Southern states gradually reclaimed control through combinations of violence, voter intimidation, and fraud. Democrats regained control of state governments one by one. Federal authorities increasingly declined to intervene, and the quiet, incremental dismantling of Reconstruction continued. The presidential election of 1876 ended it through political compromise. Republican Rutherford B. Hayes faced Democrat Samuel Tilden. Returns from several Southern states were disputed. Neither candidate had an undisputed electoral majority, and the country faced a genuine constitutional crisis. A special electoral commission, dominated by Republicans, awarded all disputed electoral votes to Hayes, giving him a one-vote electoral college victory despite losing the popular vote. What followed was the Compromise of 1877, negotiated to avoid violence and constitutional collapse. Hayes received the presidency. Republicans agreed to withdraw federal troops from the South. Reconstruction was over. This was sectional reconciliation achieved by sacrificing Black civil rights. Southern Democrats promised to respect Black rights, which they immediately did not do. Hayes and the Republicans convinced themselves that Southern whites would be more reasonable once federal military pressure ended. That was naive at best. With federal protection withdrawn, Southern states systematically dismantled Black political power. Poll taxes, literacy tests, grandfather clauses, white primaries. Each of these mechanisms was designed to prevent Black people from voting while technically avoiding a direct violation of the 15th Amendment. Segregation laws separated the races in schools, transportation, public facilities, and essentially every aspect of public life, establishing a racial caste system that would endure until the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Reconstruction was simultaneously America's greatest attempt at racial justice and its greatest failure to achieve it. For about a decade, the federal government tried to protect the rights of freed people, guarantee civil equality, and transform Southern society. These efforts achieved real things. 4 million people were freed from slavery. Black men gained voting rights and political representation. Public schools were established across the South. Racial equality was enshrined in 3 constitutional amendments. But Reconstruction failed to provide freed people with economic resources. No land redistribution. No compensation for centuries of unpaid labor. Nothing to build economic independence upon except freedom itself. It failed to sustain federal commitment against white Southern resistance. And it failed to change Northern racial attitudes sufficiently to maintain support for racial equality when that support became politically costly. The 3 Reconstruction Amendments, the 13th, 14th, and 15th, remained in the Constitution, dormant but present, available for future civil rights activists to invoke. The principle that the federal government had the power to protect civil rights was established, even if that power went unused for generations. And the brief period of Black political participation had demonstrated that racial equality was possible, even if white supremacy would prevail for the next century. That is a strange kind of legacy to sit with, something both proven and taken away in the same breath. While Reconstruction rose and fell in the South, westward expansion continued in the years following the Civil War, completing a process that had begun with the Louisiana Purchase and accelerated through the Mexican-American War. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869, joining the Union Pacific and Central Pacific lines at Promontory Summit, Utah, connected the coasts in a way that was both symbolic and profoundly practical. It made westward migration easier, faster, and more attractive to hundreds of thousands of people. The Homestead Act of 1862 had offered 160 acres of public land to anyone who would farm it for 5 years, drawing settlers onto the Great Plains in enormous numbers. This was land redistribution on a massive scale, though it was worth noting, without any irony, that it was indigenous land being redistributed to white settlers, not plantation land being redistributed to freed people. The priorities involved were, in that contrast, rather clear. The Plains Indians, the Sioux, the Cheyenne, the Arapaho, the Comanche, and others, resisted this encroachment through the 1860s and 1870s. The Indian wars of this period were brutal on both sides. Massacres, raids, military campaigns. Tribes were gradually forced onto reservations. The Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876 stands as the most stunning moment of Native American resistance. Sioux and Cheyenne warriors under Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse wiped out George Armstrong Custer's entire command. It was a remarkable victory, and it ultimately changed nothing. The army returned with overwhelming force, and resistance was crushed. The destruction of the buffalo herds, hunted to near extinction through the 1870s and 1880s, was simultaneously an economic enterprise and a deliberate strategy. The buffalo had sustained Plains tribes for centuries. Food, clothing, shelter, trade. Without buffalo, tribes could not maintain their traditional way of life. They became dependent on federal government rations, and resistance became impossible. By 1890, the frontier was officially closed. Native Americans were confined to reservations. The westward expansion that had defined American history for a century was complete. And the children of those nations were sent to boarding schools designed, in the words of the time, to kill the Indian and save the man. Forced assimilation, cultures suppressed, languages forbidden, families separated. The completion of territorial expansion that Americans celebrated as triumph and manifest destiny was, from indigenous perspectives, genocide and dispossession. Both of those things are historically true, and the contradiction between them illustrates what has always been America's central tension. The ideals of freedom and opportunity, existing alongside brutal treatment of people who stood in the way of those ideals being realized for white Americans. Imagine the Great Plains in the 1870s. The grass going on further than you can see in any direction. The sky enormous. The sound of wind and nothing else for miles. And somewhere on the horizon, the faint dark line of a railroad cutting through land that had been someone else's world for 10,000 years. Westward expansion also drove the growth of new cities. San Francisco, which had exploded during the gold rush, became a major port and commercial center. Denver grew as a mining town. Seattle and Portland emerged as Pacific Northwest timber and shipping centers. Chicago, positioned at the precise intersection of Eastern industry and Western resources, grew from a modest town into America's second largest city by 1890. These cities were rough, rapidly expanding, full of opportunity for those willing to work hard and fortunate enough to succeed. Though opportunity and luck were distributed unequally, with immigrants, women, and minorities facing discrimination and sharply limited options. The late 19th century saw the United States transform from a predominantly agricultural nation into an industrial power. Steel production, railroads, oil refining, meatpacking, manufacturing of all kinds, all expanded dramatically. Andrew Carnegie built a steel empire. John D. Rockefeller monopolized oil refining. Cornelius Vanderbilt controlled railroads. J.P. Morgan dominated banking. These men became extraordinarily wealthy. The Gilded Age produced fortunes that would be worth billions in modern terms, while the workers in their factories labored for long hours in dangerous conditions for minimal wages. Industrialization created enormous wealth. It distributed that wealth very unevenly. Workers organized unions to fight for better wages and conditions. Capitalists fought back with lockouts, strikebreakers, and sometimes violence. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Haymarket Affair of 1886, the Homestead Strike of 1892, and the Pullman Strike of 1894 were all major labor conflicts that demonstrated, simultaneously, workers' willingness to fight for their rights and industrialists' power to crush that resistance with private security forces and federal troops. Immigration surged in the late 19th century. Millions arrived from southern and eastern Europe, joining earlier waves from Ireland, Germany, and Scandinavia. These immigrants provided the labor that made industrial expansion possible. They also faced discrimination, exploitation, and nativist hostility from those who had arrived before them. People who resented the competition for work and disliked the cultural differences, and perhaps forgot rather quickly what it had felt like to be the newcomer. American cities became increasingly diverse, and that diversity was one of the things that made them. Sleep well tonight. Wherever you are, whatever you're carrying, the story will still be here in the morning. Sleep well.